Hello, hello. Thank you all for showing up. And yeah, we should be finishing Wind Waker today. Uh, Preliminary assessment. We have a little bit more than half of the sea chart left to go, but the right half of the world has like 6 to 10 islands that I've either already completely explored or I have no reason to, or aren't actually even an island. So my plan is that I want to get all of the sea chart kind of done and finish that off in about 2.5 hours. After that point, whether I am done or not, and by done I mean have all the pieces of heart, really. That's kind of my 100% condition is all the pieces of heart. There's other like charts you can get too, but they're kind of hard to find because I don't remember exactly where they were. I know. We're still in the starting soon. I'm just kind of explaining the situation. I'm getting stuff ready. Anyway, I have totally forgotten what I was saying. Oh, right, the game plan. Um, yeah, at around the 2.5 hour mark, I'm gonna try to wrap up whatever last piece of heart I'm on, and then go and do the final dungeon and wrap up the game because I really want to be done this game this week. So, without further ado, allow me to. It's me. And now we can begin. Apologies right off the bat. In case the beginning of the stream, I never properly aligned the camera. Oops. Pardon me one moment, I have to fix that. See, the issue with the camera is that... Not the issue, rather, but the reason I use this little guy here in the corner, cold pea, freezer burn pea, whatever you want to call him, is specifically to figure out where the corner is of the camera. So I use him for alignment purposes. That's why he's here every stream. Anyway. So yes, hello everybody. Hopefully your week has been pretty good. So what I've got here is the next island I'm going to be getting to because I've got nothing left doing here. Why does this feel off balance? Hold on, my audio feels off. And I don't know why. We can just sail south a ways while I try to figure this out. Why is it like favoring one ear over the other? I genuinely do not know what you're talking about. Anyway. No, this, Chat, let me know, is the audio, like, weirdly off-balanced to you guys? Because I feel like it is. I don't know how to fix that, because the like Windows thing just doesn't change it. I might have to restart my headset because that's probably the cause. In fact, yeah, I'm just gonna do that right now because this is weird. The audio shouldn't change for you guys, but maybe on a different audio device, it's weirdly off-kilter, and that's why. I can't... Really? I can't change that with this... Huh? Huh, I can't even change it with that. That's weird. We just started. I'm not worried about saving it just yet. Huh. Okay, this is kind of bizarre. I'm gonna try plugging in my other headset and adjusting it from there. Because that could be the actual issue. Let's turn that down so it doesn't wind up playing through multiple times. Okay, this one. Actually, hold on. Thought. I just had a thought. Just had a thought. It could be audio jack going into the Switch 2. What I've got for that means that I can't hear the game, but it might. Yeah, it looks a little bit better there. I'm gonna try plugging it back in. First, I'm gonna make sure that this end's all plugged in correctly, and this seems to be the case. My ground loop isolator that prevents it from, or at least it prevented the original Switch from having like really weird audio issues. Let's plug it all the way in. Okay, now if I... Well, it would help if I turn my headset back on. And with any luck, once it actually fully connects and turns on, that as well. Hold on, hold the phone, hold the phone. I think that was the reason. This does not sound off balance anymore. Okay, brief technical difficulty aside. Let's try my PC, which cool specs. My PC specs you can actually find in the description down below. Here on the Switch. Oh yeah, that was totally the issue. I didn't have it plugged in all the way, or like I needed to like quarter turn it or something. Yeah, that was the full issue right there. This sounds so much better. Anyway, we're going to raid another reef. Start following? Thanks. It is a very nice PC. Now, unfortunately, this is going to wind up being another... Oh, come on. Tidal Surge bring me up right into the cannon's line of fire. No, we can't afford those mistakes. Come on. There we go. There's a lot of cannons firing right now. I mean, I can't stop you from doing anything, so... knock yourself out, I guess. Oh, there's a cannon boat. There's two cannon boats. Oh, come on, you're not supposed to snipe me like that. At least he got by his own ally. Alright, so if you remember, every reef has a bunch of cannons and cannon boats. Destroy them all, and you get yourself a treasure chart that you have to run all the way up and around the top of it for. I believe that I have 2 reefs left. This one, and... Two-Eye Reef, far to the south. I do not know what you're trying to say there, buddy. Anyway. So yeah, once I break this cannon, I can just sort of give a better... Because I realize that, like, describing it doesn't really do it justice. I probably should have had a visual up. Alright, so we know that this one right here... So this isn't that far of a run. That's good. That's good. Right about here. Here we are. I'm doing the here we are again. We're not even 15 minutes into the stream and I've already said here we are. Silver Root. At this point, money is only really useful for one more side quest. That's it. Once that side quest is done, all money will just be stockpiled forever. Because there's no more use for it unless I am that desperate for supplies. Which could happen. It'd be foolish of me to say that it is impossible and it has zero use. But the odds of it are not very high. Ever tried a mango peach drink? Hilariously, those are like the two fruits that I really don't like. Well, not the only ones, but... I always had this weird, like... kind of... I was always, like, weirdly put off by mangoes. I don't really have a good explanation for it. And peaches are a thing where it's like, I kind of like the peach scent. I'm not a huge fan of the peach flavor. It's not that it's necessarily bad, I just don't like it. But mango is just a hard no for me. Pears are another fruit that's like, I don't mind the... Well, pears are a little different. Pears, I don't mind the flavor, but the texture of pears, how quickly they just... Like, just as a baseline thing, I loathe mushy foods. With very few exceptions. Mashed potatoes are one of those exceptions. I love mashed potatoes. But... anything else like applesauce. I do not like applesauce. But that's good. Good evening indeed. Let's see. We have a submarine and a sea platform. Let's see what the sea platform first. Yeah, just for the visual aid of it, while I look for the treasure chart that I just got. There it is. Which island is it? 26 is Northern Triangle Island, of course. The island I just sailed past while I was busy troubleshooting. Why wouldn't it be? That's just the bomb. That they are. That they are. And I'm not talking about, like, you know, country crock, like, mashed potato-esque product. I'm talking, like, legit effort put into the mashed potatoes. And that's not to say that every mashed potato is good mashed potato. There are some mashed potatoes that aren't so good. They're just a lot harder to find. Or they're mashed sweet potatoes. I'm not a huge fan of sweet potatoes either. That's a vegetable. We're talking about fruits. We always talk about likes. What kind of fruits do you, like, absolutely just like, no, I will never eat this fruit? Let me know yours, chat. That way we can either agree and be in solidarity, or absolutely shame you for it. I've already said 3 of mine. I'm not fighting a squid just yet. I'll save the game in a bit. Playing for 20 minutes. If I lost 20 minutes of progress, I wouldn't be that upset. Grapefruit, ew. You know, I'll be honest. Well, actually, quick question. Are grapefruits the same thing as blood oranges? Because I think that I read somewhere that they were, but I don't remember. And off the top of my head, I cannot recall ever actually having a grapefruit. I just know that they are quite bitter, and are usually eaten by, like, basically dumping sugar on them. Dragon fruit. That's a type of fruit that I have never tried. Ah, this submarine is a gauntlet. Guess I'm not breaking any speedrun records with this one. Only reason I say that is because, I'll admit, this last week for me has been really boring. Like, not to completely undersell it, but, like, I haven't really done much this past week. And I mean, that's okay. It's January. It's gonna be, like, you know, the weather sucks. It gets dark out at, like, 4:30. And frankly, it just... what is there to do in January? It's hard to say. Piece of heart, let's go. That's not money. But, like, most of what I've done this past week, aside from, like, you know, general, like, life and self-maintenance, is, like, I framed a new Warframe in, well, Warframe, and then I've been watching GDQ. That's been my week since last stream, basically. And, like, grocery shopping today, that's kind of it. They get started at 4:30, makes you feel like half your day was taken away. Yeah, exactly. There's one person I know who lives down close to the equator, and it's like something I kind of thought recently. I never really thought about before. It's like time doesn't really like change for them that much. Get out of here, Seahead. Man, I got too close and I don't know where the treasure is. Ah. Okay, Southern Triangle Island. Let's see if I... oh, I was so close. A little bit further up. Still playing Shy Guy in Mario Party? I actually did change the next one. You'll see about that coming up. It was an interesting Mario Party, to say the least. Here we go, Triforce Shard. 5 more. Now, kind of the nice thing about this particular island is that there's nothing left here. The main island attraction was lore-related, and as such, it's already done. So I could just ignore these fools and just keep sailing on. Well, I don't know if I can ignore him. Yeah, no, he's going to get in my way if I don't get rid of him. I mean, they're easy to dispatch. But yeah, may I just say that I absolutely have respect for the skill of speedrunners. Like, it's already crazy enough that they know how to do all the things that they can do in the game. Like, things are just like, okay, here's just movement tech of going super fast. And I'm talking about, like, the straight-up glitches It's like, hey, these are things that anybody can really do. Hold on. Oh, I messed up my momentum. Okay, Southern Fairy Island. Again, I'm getting, like, so close. Like, for instance, I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but I got to catch most of the Zelda Twilight Princess speedrun. There is also a Wind Waker speedrun as well, but that's actually not until tomorrow. Quick pit stop on this island just to see if the blue choo-choo is here and whether or not I already did. Okay. Yeah, only 9. I need 6 more of that. Ugh. I thought that I had more blue chew jellies. It doesn't overly matter, but I was hoping that I could have gotten it just to sort of complete the side quest, but it's really not worth it, because it's like, you gotta, it costs money to get... If you bring choo-choo jelly to a certain NPC on Windfall Island, he makes potions out of it, your first one's free, and then after that you gotta pay for them. If I do that... Okay, I guess I'm doing it this way. I did not let go of the Z button, but apparently the game thought I let go of the Z button. Alright, this one is getting broken the slow way. Also, I think Link's head was backwards right there. That was a bit odd. I believe there's also, like, the one right before I got on today was the Mario Galaxy speedrun. And, like, that doesn't have a whole lot of, like, out-of-bounds glitches. It's not gonna work. Like, Mario Galaxy speedrun is, like, almost entirely movement tech, and that is crazy to me. But there's some, like, questionable, like, gravity things that are done. No. Try that and go around. There we go. I feel like Wind Waker probably has a lot more, like crazy effects sort of deals. Like, oh yeah, you gotta, like, sail directly into this seam on the island, and it lets you go all the way, let's just, like, break into the Wind Temple or something. Or the one trick that was in Arbiter's Grounds that involved, like, setting up 2 enemies you can interact with without destroying. Right, it's, oh, there is, like, a ladder over there. Well, you have to set up 2 enemies behind a gate you otherwise can't get behind. Walk into a seam on a staircase, and then specifically walk into it in just such a way that it makes your, that it lets you somehow get past the game. I unfortunately didn't get to see the entire trick. And, like, getting into, like, the 6th dungeon, like, the 5th or 6th dungeon, before you do the, like, the 4th one, there's like, wait a minute, what do you mean you had the ball and chain this early? You haven't even done the Arbiter's Grounds yet. What was my favorite game when I was a kid? I know that I'm dating myself by saying this, but, so when I was a kid, that was roughly around when, like, Super Nintendo was starting to get phased out, and Nintendo 64 was really starting to make it big. You know, I probably actually should have destroyed all of these guys. I don't remember if it's a... Now I can just glide back over. Oh, no, I can't. Not from that one. So, I would say probably the biggest game from my childhood that I played the most, probably Donkey Kong 64. Which is so funny hearing, like, later on in, like, my teen and early 20s that, like, people hate DK64. And it's like, looking into it, it's like, okay, I understand. I totally understand why people don't like DK64. It has a lot of clunky movements and, like, questionable design choices. It's kind of made up for by the fact that, like, oh yeah, the music is astounding. Grant Kirkhope is such a good composer. At least in my opinion. Everybody's entitled to theirs, blah, blah, blah. But no. DK64 is probably one of the biggest of my childhood games. Both in the size of the actual game. Because DK64 is long. Mario World is good. I definitely put in a lot of time playing Mario World as well. Gotta reset the wind again. Again, the nice thing about the remaining islands is that most of them are quick. It's like, okay, here we are, let me get the treasure. I did it, here we are again, but that time I think it's justified. And the reason I'm not going for any of the treasure in, like, these lesser Rings of Light... I think I bit past it. Nope, I got it. Is because, as you're about to see, they're really not all that worth it. The most you're gonna wind up getting is, like, a purple root, which is 50. Yeah, this is, like, the best you're gonna get. Maybe one of them has an orange, which is worth 100, but you really can't count on it. If I had to live in a Zelda town but could never leave, which one am I picking? Ooh. Ooh. I like that question. I don't have an immediate answer because I never thought about it, but I like that question. Any Zelda town that I could live in, but it would be like permanent home scenario. Ah, there's a lot of them. This is gonna take me a second to think about. I'm kind of tempted to say the castle town from Twilight Princess, because it's such a... Like, for a medieval city, it's a major metropolis. There's a huge castle right there. It's well guarded. I mean, yeah, there's the whole Twilight incident, but, besides that, it's... Ooh, I got one, cannon destroy another. That rarely happens. Got access to, like, a lot of resources. I mean, at any... Really? You're just gonna, like, instantly snipe me? Bruh. Because I know that you kind of have to take a little bit of, like, artistic liberty with these games, because, like, you know, Kakariko Village in Ocarina of Time has, like, 10 people in it. Windfall Island has the largest population in this game, and has a population of maybe 20, and that's including the sailors that are implied to not live there, just be using it as like a... Oh yeah, we're just here for a bit. Okay, I might be able to... Except you can't sail through the air with the sail for your boat. I've fallen for it yet again. I guarantee he isn't gonna... So you kind of got to take, like, a liberty of, like, okay, yeah, there's probably a lot more people in this universe, otherwise, like, you know, Outset Island would literally just be a single family. Like, everybody on that island would be related to each other, which brings up the logistics of how are they not super inbred to be a really difficult question. It's like, you never see anybody else sailing. It's like, let's go RuneScape before the sailing update. It's like, okay, how do people get places? There's no sailing. The oceans are absolutely empty. And obviously it's not the case anymore. You can actually see some NPC boats sailing around. And it's a really cool little effect that they definitely didn't have to put in, but they did. What island is that? So here, Two-Eyed Reef. You know what? I'll worry about that later. It might be Bird's Peak Raw. No, that's not Bird's Peak. I already have that treasure chart. I'll figure it out. Alright, Two-Eyed Reef. I think it's totally this one. Prepper Shard. Who doesn't love commitments? Alright. You know what? Fair enough. I've gotten a little bit of progress. Let's save the game. So yeah, I would probably say Castle Town from Twilight Princess would be the one that I would most want to live in, just for the sake of, like, actual life quality. Second would probably be Skyloft, because even though I would probably wind up never actually leaving the city, it's kind of it's heavily implied that it's basically just like a skybound utopia. No, there's issues with... I mean, I guess that's, you know, like everywhere in real life. You're gonna find issues with different places. There's nowhere is going to be the perfect place to live. But, you know, like, I would probably never want to live in a Kakariko village. They have a nasty tendency to burn down or have some other tragedy happen to them. So, Kakariko, probably not. And there's too much that's inaccessible of, like, the other races' villages, like Goron Village or Zora's Domain, and like Ocarina, just to say, for both of them, that's just like, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, right, this is the one that you need fire apples, because for some reason half of everything is frozen here. Word, if you knock me off this ladder, I'm gonna be annoyed. Normally they don't aggro while you're climbing the ladder. We're gonna go with the shield first. There's a lot of them here. Hey, don't kick me in the back of the head. Just fully clear out the platform. I don't remember if this, like, unlocks another chest. Apparently not. What if I had to live in one video game for the rest of my life? Huh. One video game to live in for the rest of my life. Well, I guess it depends on, like... Okay, so here's a question about that, because this does matter a lot. Do I follow video game logic, or am I essentially a character that, like, no extra lives. Once I'm gone, that's it. Because that will greatly affect my answer. If I'm, like, the player who has multiple or infinite lives, that I can sort of... not necessarily ignore consequence, but... like, enjoy the world to its fullest without needing to worry about, like, oh, if I get injured, like, I'm injured like I am in real life. Following video game logic. Okay. Following video game logic. If I'm following video game logic, which... I'd probably say, I don't know if I can pick just one, because I have to think of a lot of different options. Let's see. A fairly simple one would be like Stardew Valley, or any of the Animal Crossings. Those would be like, you know, kind of easy. Yeah, I can just leave it at that. Those are just like the easy options. Because video game logic, then we're kind of assuming that I'd be the main character of it. I really kind of don't... Then again, it's like, okay, once you beat Ganon once, you're kind of done. So I guess reincarnating as a Link wouldn't be that awful. So I guess, like, being the main character in a Zelda where it's like, alright, cool, so I'm the one who goes to defeat Ganon, and, you know, I do that once, and then I just kind of coast the rest of my life. I say coast, but that's probably not putting it in the fairest of terms. Yeah, let's get the treasure first. There's the other treasure on top of the island. Let's see. In terms of longevity, to make sure that I don't wind up getting, like... Did that shark just jump over the island? I've never seen that. I'm pretty sure that Georg just jumped over the island. Then again, Link goes to some really messed up places in some of these games. Maybe that wouldn't be the best option. Just gonna park ourselves next to the island. Oh, that's there's like 3 of these guys here. If I had unlimited lives. I'm gonna like put a spin on that and say like I have unlimited lives with like a natural lifespan. It's like no matter how injured I got, I nothing would be like permanently debilitating. I would recover from it. But once I reach like the end of my natural lifespan, that would be it. So it was just like, okay, I've got immortality. What's kind of left? Got a submarine here. This one I know I haven't done yet. I get her can instantly revive as many times as I need. Okay. That'd help me to sort of like learn and overcome challenges. That's good, that's good. I wouldn't pick Wind Waker specifically because of these things. That's for sure. It's just gonna be a matter of like, I'm just gonna rotate the control stick every so often and just spin attack once there's a bunch of them near me and try to collect a bunch of money. Yeah, I never thought that it would like count, but I don't know if it's like, if it's a number of these guys that have to beat in order to progress. So see, like, I probably wouldn't pick a universe like Warframe, because, like, while it would kind of be cool, like, okay, yeah, there's, you know, I am sci-fi ninja. It would also definitely get, like, really doom and gloom after a while, because it's just, like, nothing is good in the Warframe universe. Like, there's a lot of problems, and nothing can really solve it. The solar system's just in a state of, like, just stasis. And there's no real way to fix it in any meaningful way. Makes me just not want to pick something like that. Get out of here. Like, Zelda is pretty... The universes in Zelda are usually pretty idyllic. This usually has like a big problem, but once that goes away, things kind of become idyllic again. But you know, as kind of is human nature, you can't be like entirely... Like, you can't be all or nothing. Like, you can't be all excitement all the time, or else then it just gets exhausting. But it can't be all leisure all the time, like Stardew Valley would wind up being, because then it's just like, okay, well... Everything's kind of slow. That's the point where you wish for something big to happen, and that's when you start looking for like ancient artifacts, and then you become the evil overlord because you're just like, something needs to happen, and with the power of this magic sword or something, I can be the one to bring it. And then it just becomes a problem for everyone involved. Am I still going to buy retro games, or will I? But I haven't really buy old games. Not even necessarily for the sake of like, oh, I don't want to buy them. It's like I would, but a lot of them are kind of like not necessarily. Oh, there's Tingle Island. Ugh. Do I have the Paw Print Island treasure chart? I don't think... Oh, here it is. I guess we'll cruise with the sharks. I don't know, I'm still pondering this, like, which video game universe would I want to live in? Question. Because, like, the more I think about it, a lot of video game universes are almost shallow in a way. Because, obviously, you can only program so much into a game. Fairy Island directly south of here? It is. I think I did that sea platform already, but I'll have to check. So early on in the game, I was here at Pauper Island. And as it turns out, you need bombs to get all the way through it. So I had to come back. Okay, so kind of right there. And momentum fell off, and now I don't know if I can get it back. I want to say it's right here. You live in Resident Evil. What? Why? Of all places, you pick Resident Evil? Why in the world would you pick Resident Evil as a video game universe to live in? That sounds horrible! Yeah, I want to live in Resident Evil. Says no one. It's like saying, oh, I want to live in the Terminator universe, but, you know, after the bad future happens. It's like, huh? What? You said I was evil. So I think this was the Left Behind treasure, and as it turns out, it's just a purple rupee. I thought that there was another thing in here. There might still be. There is. I was gonna say, I know that there was something. Is that one piece of heart that's over that way? We got a small chest here. Happy Friday indeed. Well, that's like saying you'd want to live in like a Soulsborne universe. No one in their right mind wants to live in a Soulsborne game. Yes. Total societal and universal even collapse. That's my idea of a good time. I think that some people, maybe that actually is their idea of a good time. I don't know. I guess you do you. It's just baffling to me. Ryu's Sky, Children of the Light. Imagine spending your entire life literally flying through the clouds, flying down sand dunes. Sky, Children of the Light. I am trying my best to remember what that game is, and I don't know if I've heard of it. I have, like, sort of idea, but I think I might be confusing it with a maybe different game. What do you mean it's not close enough for me to hookshot onto that? Or Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter could also be kind of terrifying, but also really cool. And if you're, you know, yeah, we're running with video game logic, and that sort of means that you are the hunter who, like, does all the cool things and is effectively impossible for monsters to, you know, permanently take out. You will just get carted. There are some monsters out there that have... I mean, there are monsters that have, like, full-blown, like, kill animations, usually... hold on. I have to focus for this because you're not allowed to summon. Ah, it's too slow. No, you don't. Okay, It's just a bubble and it's floating up there. I can deal with that. Just go cast and chill so you can fish and chill. Yeah, fair enough. I mean... Fishing, a man of your talents. It's an easy life. Oh, I actually have to get rid of this thing. Okay, 1, 2... Take minimal damage from these things, that's why I don't really care if they hit me or not. Nope, 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 nope. Wrong. Ah! Darn P-hats. This way to prevent the wizards from summoning. Ooh! 2 for 1. I've never gotten that before. That's a nice shot. Like, the world of Monster Hunter is cool until you meet the likes of, like, Fatalis, or one of the, like, 3 monsters who actually and effectively kill your hunter. They exist. I think in Monster Hunter Wilds, I'm gonna totally butcher the pronunciation, but, X-U-W-U, which looks like it would be pronounced, like, Juwu? But I think it's like Shiwu or something like that. They say it in Universe, I just don't remember how it's actually pronounced. But, like, that thing, if it gets you in a certain animation with your health low enough, it just eats you. You're dead. Like, that's it. I think Gobble will as well in Monster Hunter 3, or Try, whatever it is, whichever one is the one with swimming. And again, Fatalis. The last thing it is to reincarnate, it's just like, oh yes, where am I? Oh, you're in the wonderful Castle Shroud. By the way, there's that like red glowing thing in the distance. I'm sure it's nothing. It's like, oh. Oh no. Brendos, I don't know how I'm gonna tell you this. We're all about to be, well done, extra crispy. In terms of wanting to have like a comfortable life, while still having some amount of like excitement that you can at least find yourself, Stardew Valley might be one of the best options. Because there's enough in like other games of a similar genre, like Terraria would be pretty cool because there's a lot you can kind of do in that. It's just kind of like, oh yeah, you know, you get all this like really cool gear and like stuff you can do, but then you get right down to it, there's a lot of cosmic horror and just like awful things in Terraria that's just like, if I had to deal with this on a daily basis, I would hate it. In terms of it being a game, it's pretty fun. Like, being the hunter in a Monster Hunter game and having it work and function just like the hunter in a Monster Hunter game, yeah, I can deal with that. To me, that's perfectly fine. I could totally deal with that, and honestly, the food in that game just looks so amazing. I would be a tourist to the Monster Hunter world just to experience the feasts. Like Monster Hunter Wilds, for instance. That game did a splendid job of just like, hey, we made something as simple as just like naan bread and like melted cheese, and it looks like it's like I want that. I want that so bad. Not going max speed into one of these is going to kind of mess with my judgment of how far I need to go for it, but I could probably figure it out. I think it's right about here. I think I'm a little off. A little off. Dang it! Ah, alright. Off to the charts. Eastern Fairy Island. Oh yeah, I was way off. Wow. Hare Hunter. What is this, Bobobo? Bobobobo? Alright, what is this treasure chart? I don't remember! Haha. Money. Alright, one quick pit stop just to see if I got the blue chew jelly from here. Alright, so yep, already got that, which means I have no idea where else to get blue chew jelly. Again, I don't know why I'm like focusing on that. It's really not important. Alright. This next treasure chart is easy because the Tower of the Gods, and that's the only one that can't fit most of the island like that. And is like shaped perfectly like a ring. Just want to live F-Zero? Just want to live at F-Zero so you can race? I mean, like, hey, if you're into that sort of thing, that's, you know, that is probably great. Am I doing more cooking with my dad? Every now and then. It's probably not gonna be very frequent. I think I got it. It didn't! I was still a little too early. Wow, I am not gauging these right at all. What? Wasn't close enough. There we go. Usually, like, I have to remember, it's usually right when you can sort of hear it, but it's not loud. Once it's loud, that means it's, like, kind of positioned behind the boat, because the sound of it is, like, more based on where the treasure chart location is in accordance to the camera, not Link. Okay, we got a big octo coming up, so I am saving. Actually, I'm gonna try bombs first. Let's get a few of those, and then I'll swap over to whatever. Gotta find something to cook worth videoing. Sometimes, and that kind of is part of the problem. Like, we can't film us cooking literally everything, because, like, you know, there's only so many ways to make a pasta dish. And I feel like we showed quite a few of those. Or, like, 1 second, I'm looking out for seagulls, because where there are gulls, there is a squid. I don't think that particularly translates to real life, so don't take that as abject fact. I never remember exactly where in the quadrant it is. Like, I know I mentioned this thing that I sort of started calling Chicken Wellington. It's not really like an actual like beef Wellington with chicken. It's like cooked chicken within like a croissant shell with some with like a sauce to it. It's really not. It's a meal that I think is fantastic for leftovers, but isn't like, you know, it's not like a top shelf meal. It's just kind of an easy thing, but like, kind of also nice to do. Like, we don't have to do fancy meals with every shell and grill, but we also, you know, don't have to, Okay, there you are, and you're looking over at the gulls, which means that the gulls are out that way. So, like, towards... What island is that? Is that Southern Triangle? Yeah, towards Southern Triangle Island. I'm not doing the slide puzzle. If I'm gonna beat that game... If I'm gonna beat this game today, I am not doing any slide puzzles. I'm just saying. Sorry to disappoint if you were really hoping I was going to, but it's not happening. And I do my Mario voice in the kitchen. Which Mario? Oh yeah! Mario or... Luigi, what are you doing? Get your hand out of the jar! Mario. Because I like doing both. I just like doing funny accents. It's why I have, you know, the incentive hee-hee funny voice. Yep. So I can do a funny accent. Okay, so he was looking off this way. I'm just gonna kind of wiggle so I don't have to worry about... There it is! Should be able to just calmly drift into this. But I'm going to save again because it's important. Oh, no, the Emerald Gas, these Elson spies. That was more nondescript, semi-Italian. Not really Mario. Show yourself, you big ugly squid! Ah, she blows lights! Oh my gosh, that is so much easier than using a bow! Or even the boomerang! Why have I never done that before? Why have I never done this with the cannon? That was easy! I just feel like an idiot now. That is the fastest I've ever taken down a big octo, even the four-eyed one. Should be right here. I think it was just off by a little bit. There we go. And then there we go. Missed Xbox 360 videos? I mean, it sounds like they're going forever. And eventually I'll be doing more Xbox 360 stuff on the stream. Oh, it's just a hundo. Ah, well. Alright, I think there's only 2 big octos left. I just did 1. Hold on. First of all, let me find the Ice Ring Isle. There it is. So, big octos. There's 1 in Diamond Step. There's 6 of them. No. No, yeah. 1 in Two-Eyed Reef. There's the 1 in the Oasis. There's 1 in 7 Star Isles, and there's 1 at Tingle Island. Maybe there's only 5. No, I'm forgetting 1. Right, the 6th was at Fire Mount. That's one I haven't done yet. Did I play Tekken? No. I could never really get in the right mindset for fighting games beyond Smash Brothers. I don't necessarily dislike them, but they're not my cup of tea. It's just like, I know that I could memorize combos and, like, oh, the quarter circles and the, like, up, down, left, right stuff. Like, I know I could do it, but I know myself, I have a nasty tendency to just kind of, like, finger wrong combinations. Does Renault have any C platforms? No? Okay, then this is gonna be another fast one. I think I got it. Ah, how far away am I? I'm just hitting the button too early. I think I still like the mental timing for like the HD remaster, because you go a little bit faster with the Swift sale, so I think I'm like still kind of in tune with that timing, and that's why I'm not getting it. Or I'm just making excuses. Either way. Oh, I gave my dad to back the store to get his money back? I'm afraid that I have no idea. I like steak. I do indeed like steak. I do like me a good grilled steak. That's a nice... I'm down for steak. Steak's good. Alright, more shark. Let's see, this is Angular Isle. Do I have the Angular Isle treasure chart? Starbell Archipelago. Don't need to worry about that yet. Headstone Island. Let's just double back for that. Angular Isles, Angular Isles. Come on. I thought I had it. Yeah, it's like one of the ones that... Oh, here it is. You can tell it's Angular Isles because they're perfectly square. Ironically, they have some of the least amount of angles of some islands. Have I ever taken a game back to the store? I don't think so. It's like, if I ever get a bad game, I just kind of deal with it. Plus, like, resale value for games is never really all that worth it, in my opinion. Should be like right here. Leave me alone, sharks. And don't mean I want lone sharks. That's like the worst thing that I would want. In terms of game stuff, you don't really get much. Exactly. I don't recall ever trading a game in for any particular reason. Yes, let's go for a swim in shark-infested waters. This is a good thing, yes. So, Angular Isles is an island that's literally just a giant block puzzle. It's not as bad as it kind of sounds. You kind of gotta wonder who made it, though, because it's supposed to be that, like, every island is mountaintops in Hyrule. First of all, I didn't think there were this many mountaintops in Hyrule. Second of all, like... I don't know. I forget where I was going with that. Regardless. A piece of heart, and then there is the cave over yonder, which I will be... I could use the hook shot to just hookshot myself up there, but that involves me going back in the boat and probably resummoning the sharks. So instead, I am going to set this to a northeast wind. Make sure that I actually pull out the leaf. And we're just going to float on over. Let's see if I can land directly in the hole. Nope, I missed. Oh well. And we have another block puzzle, but this one is Also pretty easy. I didn't need to move this one out that way at all, but I did anyway. And there you have it. Make yourself a little staircase. Hop up this way. And then the, like, only time you ever use the mirror shield in the overworld, I think at all. And I thought that this was supposed to be a treasure chart. That's just a simple chest. I thought treasure charts were always in the, like, metal reinforcements. I thought that there was a treasure chart here. Huh. Maybe I'm thinking of a randomizer. Oh, that was another, like, awesome run at GDQ, the Donkey Kong 64 randomizer. That's something that I've kind of messed with a little bit in my time. DK64 randomizer is pretty fun. That's how I meant to do. Here we go. We're gonna warp to Dragon Roost, and then we're just gonna immediately sail north, and then we'll sail back down to Dragon Roost to get the other thing. There's otherwise nothing else to do at Dragon Roost. We've kind of already knocked out all the objectives here. Excuse me. We hear the treasure chart going off, but we don't really need to worry ourselves with that at the moment. Starbelt Archipelago is next. Or no, Seven Star Isles. It's one of the locations of the Big Octopus. I think this one has... I think this is one of the ones with 12 eyes. Right, the DK64 randomizer. Which is funny because I was talking about DK64 being one of my favorite childhood games. And it's so funny because, like, that game is, like, genuinely kind of hard. Like, yeah, it's got some of those, like, as I said, kind of questionable design decisions sometimes, but it's still, like, a fun game to just kind of wander around in. That's probably why I liked it so much when I was younger, because, like, there's so many different locales, and the world feels enormous. Oh, don't put your tentacle in the way. Come on. How did that not get close up to count? I probably should have saved before hopping into this, but I'm not using the bow, so I'm probably fine. There we go. Alright, you have yourself a nice evening. Do I look tired? I don't think I look that tired. I feel like I got more sleep last night than I did in the past few nights. Oh, I remember what this C platform is. I'm gonna just scoot a little far past. Nope, got it. Yep, every Friday. 8 p.m. Eastern is my stream schedule. There we go, another piece of heart. That is another heart container. There are 12 pieces of heart left. How many treasure charts are left? Okay, I've got 2 more treasure charts to find. And 28 to actually dredge up. Now, luckily, I don't need to worry about cannons on these platforms. Instead, we get ocean wizards! Hooray. There's the first one. Alright, we're just gonna stick with ordinary arrows for this one. Fire arrows here. It's 3 separate rewards. Gotcha. Alright, well, like I said, you have yourself a wonderful evening if you manage to make your way back here or not. Alright, now this one is like 2 spoil bag items and then one of the remaining 2 treasure charts. That was close. I really didn't want to climb with the ladder. Climbing ladders is slow. Man, I really have been like watching too much GDQ. I mean, it's been going on the entire week. Which, by the way, if you guys do want to watch any sort of speedrunning stuff, I'm definitely not a speedrunner, but I'd say check out GDQ. It's like I said, you really have to respect the skill that has to go into learning and memorizing all the different tricks in these games. And it's an entire week's worth of speedrunners. It's kind of unfortunate that tomorrow's the last day of it, but it was good while it lasted. Okay, now, which one was this? Ah. The Shark Island one. Okay, I have every treasure chart saved for 1. And I don't remember exactly where that one is. Not a Triforce chart, I've got all those. Oh. Yep. I played the new Zelda game. You mean Tears of the Kingdom? Because if that is what you mean, then as a matter of fact, yes, I did play it. You can find that playthrough on my VOD channel, Unmatched VOD Archive. There's a link to that below as well. It's got a playthrough of that and several other Zelda games, as well as just other games that I have played over time. I'm just trying to dredge for treasure. Leave me alone. Oh yeah, Dredge. That's the game I gotta play. But I play E.T. games. You mean like the E.T. game that caused the gaming crash back in the 80s? You mean that E.T. game? No. But yeah, Tears of the Kingdom in a vacuum is cool. Oh dear. You can see the bomb coming right for me behind Link's hat. Oh dear. Brace yourself, Link, this is probably gonna sting. Get out of here, bird. Stop it! It's trying to sail away. The cannibals are trying to quick scope me or something. Alright, yeah, this is practically a waste of space island. You got those three things, you've got the Big Octo, and the Triforce piece. That's kind of it. I don't know of any other E.T. game than the NES one that caused the gaming crash and subsequently were all buried somewhere in the desert. What was it? New Mexico or something? It was something like that. But no, Tears of the Kingdom it's a good game in a vacuum. After playing Breath of the Wild, it's very, like, it's a little too much of the same. I have gone a lot over the discourse of exactly why I have problems with that game. But like I said, if it weren't for Breath of the Wild, it would be a pretty phenomenal game. And it would be even better if it was also mixed with, I do not think I'm in the right spot. Dragon Roost was here. I was very close. Oh, the Hyrule Warriors. Age of Imprisonment. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. As much of a Zelda fan as I am, I personally just don't have desire to play it. Because I feel like it's just going to be Age of Calamity again. Age of Calamity was a good game. I thought that the original Hyrule Warriors was the best of them. Age of Calamity was still pretty good. It was an enjoyable story. It was fun playing as other characters. I just feel like Age of Imprisonment is going to wind up being the same deal. Like, you'll play as the sages. I doubt they're going to do the time travel bit again, because I don't think they can get away with it after having that for Age of Calamity. But I also don't know how they would do that while also changing it into its own story, which they definitely tried to do for Age of Calamity, because they completely subverted the Calamity itself. And gave Calamity Ganon an actually decent-looking form. What is that bug, and why is there a bug in here at this time of year? I mean, it might be good. Like, I don't know. I haven't looked at reviews or anything. I'm a little disappointed that the reason they... Allegedly, the reason they didn't include lore for the sages from the Zonai times is because they wanted to save all that lore for Age of Imprisonment. And it's just like, you trim down your game for a spin-off that people who are already exhausted of the game to begin with are probably not going to get. It was a baffling decision to me, assuming that that is legit. That could easily have just been here saying, why is my nose so itchy? It could easily just be hearsay. I don't know if that's the case. As a lore nerd, I am disgusted, if not offended, that I was deprived of lore and I would have to pick up a spin-off game in order to actually get said lore. But ultimately, it's not that huge of a deal. It's also like almost $80. Is it? They really made. I mean, okay, it's the Nintendo tax on top of it being the Zelda tax. It's like the Mario tax. Of course, any Mario game is going to wind up being that expensive. You know, of course, the Zelda game is going to wind up being that expensive. I can't say I necessarily fault them as a business, although as a person, I definitely fault them. Because, like, Age of Calamity is a nice, like, for modern pricing, $50 game. For proper pricing that it should be, like, 35. Legit, it shouldn't be more than, like, 35 bucks. Anyway, yeah, we got another big octo here. I think this is the last one. There might be one more. You know, I've never had calamari. That's one of the, like, one of these days I need to, like, sit down and just, like, write out, like, hey, these are the foods that I, like, definitely want to try someday. Because, like, I kind of had that with, like, takoyaki. I've only really had it from one place, but it's pretty good, although it just takes such a long time to cool down. But I've never had... Sorry, I've saved a little bug again. It's not a fruit fly, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like a small moth or something. It's really small. Yeah, I personally was really hoping Nintendo wasn't going to follow the trend of, oh yeah, all these games and stuff are going to be, like, super expensive because, haha. And then AI goes and makes it so that tech prices are all going to be... We are genuinely heading towards a tech recession. And most of it is AI's fault, if not all of it is AI's fault. But we're not going to get into that. Alright, that is Fire Mountain. There is nothing left to do here. I thought one of the big octos, that like multiple big octos had like charts, pieces of art. Alright, Eastern Triangle Island. That's the next one. Nope, that was Northern. We're gonna be doing one more pass-through of all the islands that I missed once I actually get all the treasure charts. Where is Eastern Triangle? Oh, is it one of the Triforce charts? No. Is Eastern Triangle Island the one that I don't have? There's no way. There's no way that Eastern Triangle Island is the one treasure chart that I don't have. That's Northern. Circle Archipelago, Needle Rock, Mother Child Isle, Forest Haven, something, boating course, 5-star Isles. Here it is. Got a job problem. Well, hopefully you can solve that with relative speed. Which is greedy, they know it's more realistic, price high. I think it's $100. I don't think the game price is going to be increasing. However, the console prices absolutely are. It's funny because, like, people in general have placed so much, like, value of the consoles on their, like, visual fidelity that, like, take away that and what is left. I guess. Yep, I just didn't let it go for long enough. I don't necessarily believe that it's strictly because of that. I think they're just kind of following the market, because other games just aren't priced that high before Nintendo. They just kind of followed, which is really dumb. Because you'd think if Nintendo were, like, smart, they'll be like, hey, you know what? Let's actually keep our prices for this stuff lower. Let's keep $60 games. That way people will actually buy them. And then I guess the Switch 2 was already, like... Well then. I've never seen Updraft actually pick me up that far before. No, so many things need to, like, reform so badly, and they're just not going to. Because there's no incentive. And that's ultimately comes down to, and that's... This is a sea platform there that I have to deal with. I'm gonna get the treasure here at Bomb Island. You'll be wondering, why is it called Bomb Island? Because there's a bunch of rocks that need to be blown up with bombs. I might have shot past it a little bit. Nope, got it. I hate that my nose is so itchy. Little piece of heart. Very nice, very nice. I think I have enough money that I could deck out Windfall Island how I want to, because there's a very, like, particular set of items that I buy. And I could do it in a far simpler fashion, but I think that I think I'm gonna try and go for the thing that I normally do. Alright, I don't remember what's actually in this pit. I remember what's in this pit. Centipedes. That you have to make curl up like this and use them to hold down the switches. A unique puzzle mechanic, but also rather annoying. You really don't want to slip on this thin little passageway. You might just have to do it all over again. If you could do it all... I'm gonna have to do it all over again. Dang it! Oh no, I don't have to do it all over again. Nice. I just took a quarter heart damage. You know, falling into lava, a little burnt. It's not that big of a deal. How does that thing take damage? It's racing against time because they will eventually uncurl. Press both those switches, and you can go and claim your reward. There's another piece of heart. Now, unfortunately, we're kind of done with Bomb Island, except for the... Dang it! Just dropped in the lava right away. It would have been faster to get back to the door. Next was the Forest Haven, and Forest Haven has one last big side quest. So with one last big side quest, is going to involve going to not every, but a large amount of islands. Well, okay, you have to go to 1/10 of the islands, so by that I mean exactly 7. But either way, they're scattered all around the Great Sea. It's not the fastest thing ever. For a piece of heart, at least, it just takes a little bit. And at least all the islands you have to go to are marked out. Let's get this good. It is. Splendid. It hit the ladder. Are you kidding me? Can't believe it hit the ladder. That's why I don't throw it in that direction. I knew it was gonna happen eventually, but it's like, the ladder bonk. It hurts. Hurts the soul. Does this platform not have a... Yeah. Goblins get iframes. Very funny. Okay, so we'll just defeat everything. All the Mario Party boards, which one is my least favorite? I'm assuming you mean for Jamboree. Because there's a lot of Mario parties, and I do not remember all the boards to all the Mario parties. So, of Jamboree, that's a tough one. It's like, I think any of them are really bad. I mean, the mall is really not good for short-term games, but for longer games, it's definitely better. But even then, it also relies on you rolling very specifically to land on spaces to get to the different shops, which kind of puts a dampener on the whole theme of that particular level. That I feel like the mall is the least well-designed. It's not necessarily bad, but there's ways that it could be better. Welcome to the Forest Haven. There should be a treasure somewhere around here. Yes, there you are. Right in the midpoint. I think I got it. I got it. Alright, only 3 of them. 9 more. Like Mario Party 5, you like Mario Party 4, 6, and 8. Solid options. I think the Mario Party I had the most nostalgia for is actually Mario Party 3. Yeah, Mario Party 5 was kind of one of the weaker ones, wasn't it? Which is a shame, because, like, that's the one that, like, canonized the Star Spirits out of Paper Mario. Like, they're the only other game that you will find the, Star Spirits in. See, I don't remember the mini-games in Mario Party 5 all that well. Oh, the wall right there, the hitbox of the wall is a little wonky. I was gonna say, that definitely hit. Why didn't it actually hit? That's why. Mario Party 7 is another good one. I enjoyed it, at least. I also like that it had, like, an innate team mode. Now, the reason we're back here and I'm equipping a bottle is twofold. First of all, Up here, there is a Korok that has remained named Hollow. No, he's not a knight. Swordsman, thank you so much for bringing my car back to us. You know, the thing that you did like 3 months ago at this point in universe? Anyway, I am Hollow. I make potions from the fruits of the forest. I should create a potion that would help you, Swordsman. The ones I have here only seem to work for my fellow Koroks. Oh, I know. If you can somehow gain magic power, Swordsman, you will surely need a potion that can replenish it. And if I get the right ingredients, I might be able to make a potion for you. But I haven't seen the ingredients to help recover magic power here in the forest. I had seeds from the flower monsters in the Forbidden Woods. Maybe I can make a potion for you. Do you know about those seeds? As a matter of fact, I do. And I have more than enough because it only takes 4 of them per blue potion. Blue potions restore all health and magic. Oh, that's a Boko Baba seed. That's it! That's what I need to make the kind of super replenishing potion that would help you, Swordsman. Alright, I'm going to use 4 of your seeds to create a super replenishing potion. Please wait just a moment. Probably not as boring as the mini games. Mario Party 8 was the last one that I had played until Superstars came out on the Switch. Well, no. Super Mario Party was the first one that I had played since Mario Party 8. Super Mario Party was pretty good, but it was a little lacking in the boards department. They just weren't that great. Mario Party Superstars came out, and Nintendo really fumbled an easy moneymaker. All they had to do with Mario Party Superstars was just release a DLC of like 1 or 2 boards and a pack of like 25 to 30 minigames. That's all they had to do. Do that like 2 or 3 times at $10 a pop. Printing money. But nope. Instead they just go right to Mario Party Jamboree and Superstars and just left in the dust. It's a shame. Mario Party the DS is also fun. That's one that I never actually played. Anyway, Blue Potion. Restores life energy and magic power to the max. And for only 4 Bokobaba seeds, it's very cheap. The only reason we're not getting a second one right now is because I need this empty bottle for this side quest. I just said it in Play Mario Party DS.
How are things in the world, Link? As you can see, I'm slowly growing older and feebler. Seems only my wisdom is full of vigor lately, but that is just the way of life, child, and not cause for sadness. If there's anything you wish to know, just ask. I will aid you as I may. What is it you wish to know?
About the Koroks.
What do you wish to learn about?
The island Koroks.
You're concerned about the little Koroks who left the safety of our forest haven? It is indeed true that there are many islands on the Great Sea that have grown dark and dangerous. Who knows what perils might await my children? I shall mark the places that my Korok children have journeyed to on your sea chart, Link. Would you be so kind as to check on them for me as you proceed with your quest? I entrust their care to you. Is there anything else you wish to ask?
Nope, we're good. So that's important because now I can actually see where all of the Koroks are. So now, I think I need to be in slightly deeper water. If I'm not a favorite. Oh, that makes sense. I think the owl is here? Okay. So this is the side quest. Forest water. You can use it multiple times, but it loses its forest freshness after just 20 minutes. So I have an actual timer for 20 minutes to use this, to pour this water on all 7 of these Korok leaves. So I'm going to be diverting immediately to Cliff Plateau Isles, warp back here, northwest to the Oasis, say, warp to Dragon Roost, down to here. It's a lot of warping, ultimately. Luckily, it's magic, so it never runs out. And I actually forgot, in the remaster, it actually has a timer attached to it. You can see just how long you have left. So I have until about 2 minutes and 9 seconds of the stream. we're not going to be finishing Cliff Plateau Isles. I'm just going here specifically to help out the Korok, and then I'm going to be warping and going to other islands. But yeah, Mario Party DS, I'm sure it was good. That's also the sort of game that I never would have wound up playing with anyone, because I don't think anybody had it. Who remembers the 2DS? I never had one, but I remember the 2DS. I have a Zelda 3DS. I wanted to get the Majora's Mask one, but by the time I realized it existed, the promotion for it was over. And because the promotion for it was over, there was nothing I could do. It's like that, where it's like, okay, I'm not spending $300, plus, for somebody on eBay. Alright, so I forgot exactly how Cliff Plateau Isles worked. I actually do have to complete the cave here. So I'm just gonna make it so I don't have to come back here more than once. Which also means I just have to go very quickly, and I don't really have time to, explore and gather up all this, money sitting around. I'm pretty sure I have enough time for that treasure chest, but that's about it. It's the funny, knockback vines again. Everyone's favorite. Real quick. If you do this at the earliest point you possibly can, you actually need to use those torches to do this part. But because I'm getting to this now, I don't need to do that, and I can just drop down, try to carefully maneuver so that I don't get vined, and open this. And there's a joy pendant. Oh boy. At least it lets me get back up to here quickly. And you kind of do got to be quick about this, because 20 minutes really isn't that long, especially for how long things take in this particular game. If I could just press the right button, this would go a lot faster. There we go. The important part is mostly just that I don't have to do this entire segment over again. So this looks like it's going to be the last treasure chart, actually. Yep, okay, we now have all 49 treasure charts. Well, 41 treasure charts and 8 Triforce charts. And same difference, really. 16 minutes and 39 seconds left. That's really not all that long. But yep, magic forest water turns these wilted trees back to normal. Yippee! Okay, the next one is... I'm going to warp to Forest Haven. I'm just going to sail north to get both of these, then I'll go to Outset. Get that. These two. Great fish, and then sail north. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna set a northward wind, and then I won't need to alter that at all throughout the rest of this. I wish you could just press B and just skip this part of the cutscene, but oh well. Now, usually menus sort of, delay things. Like, halt timers and stuff. I don't remember if that's the case in this game. hydration, because that timer is going to be going. It feels like a lot of time, but it really isn't. Okay, we want to go to this island next. It's like ever so slightly nerve-wracking because I know that I've failed this quest before when I had like one left. They're like placed in just strategic enough locations that they're just really annoying to get to. But there's just no quick way. Drinking water, same as usual. If it was anything different, it probably wouldn't be in my water bottles. Hydration is key, though. Make sure you're drinking water. Especially in these cold months, because you can't really tell sometimes. Because, you know, it's cold, you're not actively sweating. You're still losing water, though. Hydration is key. Get back in the boat. I'll check and see how much time I have left on this. Is the little fella? There he is. Because it turns out Ganon's influence is just powerful enough that it just makes trees wither when they're trying to grow. It's just like, ah, well, that's not great. It would probably be faster if I warped and then changed the wind again. 14 minutes left. 14 minutes left, 5 of them, which means I can afford approximately 3 minutes per Korok. Luckily, none of them involve going to dungeons except for the Cliff Plateau Isles one. If there's a way to hookshot up, I would take it. There isn't, so I can't. So I just have to keep on sailing, and eventually I will get to the spot that I'm getting to. You know, in all honesty, I don't remember a whole lot of things from Mario Parties like 4 through 6. 7 I kind of do. 8 I definitely do. But like 4 through 6, like I know stuff about them, but I couldn't, like, if you showed me a map that looked like it was obviously from the GameCube era, and if I didn't immediately recognize it, I probably wouldn't be able to place it anywhere between like 4, 5, or 6. That's not entirely true. Some of them I could probably get, but I probably wouldn't be able to guess all of them correctly. I can definitely try. I say there's this one, that my friends and I do. It's just like it's a guess the game based off of screenshots. But it's really fun. It also kind of like keys me, it's just like, wow, there's a lot of video games I haven't played out there. Some are just like, oh wait, no, I know this, and instantly get it off of like one tiny little screenshot. But there's a lot of them that's just like, what game is this? I've never seen this before. A lot of the times that winds up being like PlayStation games. Alright, here's the next Korok. I'll warp before I check how much longer I have. If I have more than 12, I think I'm in a good spot. we're actually gonna warp to Southern Fairy Island. We're gonna change the wind west. We're gonna sail that way instead. And I'll change it back to north and sail from there. To get the last 2, 3. How many are left? There's 8 Koroks. Okay, my estimates were a little bit off. Like I said, this side quest is a lot easier in the remaster. Ah, man, also I'm kind of running out of the time I said I was going to do before I started doing the final dungeon. I'm pretty sure that dungeon is a lot shorter than I think it is. Because it's just like kind of a boss rush. Then the labyrinth. That doesn't really take too long. Yeah, I should still be able to manage to get everything out of this. So there's not very many islands left anyway. There's like one other island that I'm really worried about, and that's just because of how long that island is going to take. Whether or not I can complete its objective on the first try or not. Not the most optimal spot, but you know what? I can make it work. That doesn't save any time. Okay, we're at the halfway point. I don't know, Link, you're wasting time. Okay, so now we kind of angle it up this way as we're trying to get to Needle Rock Isle. Just skirt around the reef that's over here. Check. 10 minutes. Okay, so we're on pace. Roughly. Delaying to get that treasure chest might have been like the one thing that ruins this, and might make me have to do it again. Okay, that I believe is Needle Rock. Yes, yes it is. Get that. Warp to Great Fish. Set the wind to north. Get the one up there, that's a little bit of a trek. Yeah, this should be fine. And sharks again! I hate the Great Sea. I really do. Dorgs. Oh, we're just gonna, up here, we're just gonna, swim alongside you, just a little ways ahead. Oh, we're gonna turn around and start swimming at you. Yeah, I hope we don't hit you. Ugh. You know, I fell victim to the, whoops, I came up with a good topic for stream, but then I completely forgot about it by the time stream rolls around again. It just keeps happening. Okay, here's Needle Rock. Change the wind to north, work to Great Fish. I think he's all the way down at this end. Yeah, I can see him. That looks like too sheer of a cliff to walk up, though. Luckily, I don't need to worry about like, trying to hook shot up or anything, or getting back on. Oh no, I do actually have to get back onto the boat, but it's fine. That's fine. Back from your stretch break. Nice. Stretching is important. Something that I honestly really don't do enough of. It explains why I keep noticing, like, hey, my posture sucks. Let me try to fix that. Alright, reset the wind to north. Perfect. Yeah, I have no idea if the timer actually ticks down in menus or not. I don't want to experiment to find out if it does. No, not Tingle Isle. Greyfish Isle. I know it's only one tile away, but this is still a little faster. Trying to do that more this year and work out. Yeah, again, things that I know I should be doing, but I unfortunately don't. And the only person to blame is myself, and the only one who will suffer is myself. All on me. Check. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. It's all I can afford. Or complete global saturation. Like, do not slow down. This is not the time to be slowing down. No, stop stopping. We go fast. This is our pseudo speed run. Okay, but if you figure so good after a few weeks, I can't help but agree. And then you get out of the habit, and then it's difficult to get back into it. Which I know, again, is entirely a me problem. But it's still kind of true. Okay, 2 more, so I have approximately 3 minutes with each of them. Luckily, they're only 1 quadrant apart from each other. And luckily, I don't think there's any more enemies between these, so this should be fairly, excuse the pun, smooth sailing. Honestly, I need to double check when the GDQ speedrun for Wind Waker is tomorrow, because I really want to see the 90%, which means that it's not like they have to like beat all the bosses or anything. Just find the fastest route to get from the beginning of the game to the end of it. I'm like really curious to see like how they optimize speed in this game where everything feels just a little bit on the slower side. Not quite snail's pace, but yeah. Pardon me. Again, why the Swift Sail makes this so much better in the remaster. Okay, it's this island and then the immediate next island north. And like I said, we'll know we get it if once I get to that island a little further north. If as soon as I do it, it gives me a piece of heart. If it says that the bottle turns back to a normal bottle of water, then we've failed. There is no time to be lost. Battle brothers! Space Marines, today the enemy is at our door. We know our duty and we will do it. Something, the Codex Astartes names this maneuver Steel Rain. Right, just to confirm, yep, 1 left. Alright, we got this. That's all we need, just this last one. 4 minutes to get it. And once I do that, the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the treasure here at Star Islands. I don't think I got it earlier. Right? No, I did. Okay, never mind. But I think I will sail down to that reef and get... I don't know if I have that one. Yeah, that's to say you're bad at typing with... I just hate that. They should just be like sitting there like this or like this, and all of a sudden it's just like, ah, yes, I can't feel like the entire side of my hand. This is good. This is fun. Oh no, did I take out that sea platform? I don't remember. There's a treasure chest up there, I think. I'm pretty sure that I dealt with that. Ah, yes. Powder kegs. On remote water mines, not land mines. We're not on land, we're in the sea. I have completed this ridiculous little quest line. Yippee! Fourth piece, completing another heart container. Exactly 8 heart containers remain. I do want to see. I might just... Oh, I don't... No, I have all the treasure charts. Hold on. Alright, so first things first, I'm going to go west of the Forsaken Fortress, nab myself the treasure from there. Whichever one that is. It's not this one, is it? No, that doesn't quite match. Shark Island. Cyclops Reef. Here it is, okay. Wow, the last treasure chart that I had gotten was the one for the Forsaken Fortress. Imagine that. Alright, now we are under no more time constraints. Aside from just personal ones. That is the only timed mission in the game. I think Zelda games normally have at least like one, like, full-blown time mission. Luckily, there's not anything else to do with the Forsaken Fortress. It's just a matter of dip in. Not even dip in. We don't need to go into the Forsaken Fortress. We just need to like go to the southwest coast of it. We can see the beam of light that indicates our prize. Question is, can I nail? I don't think I did. I think I'm a little bit off. I'm way off, actually. Oh, I think I overshot. Yep, overshot. Dang it! Ah, well. Alright, completing this, like, top left corner of the map is just really nice to get out of the way, because otherwise you're gonna have to, like, teleport back to a really inconvenient spot and then sail back up again. So it's just, like, infinitely more convenient to do it this way. Okay, 4-Eye Reef is next. The Eye Reefs are always difficult to tell with the treasure charts. Because, see, I don't know if this is that or if this is, like, 3-Eyed Reef. Okay, this one's for 4-Eyed Reef. Of course, it's right in the middle of the stupid thing. Means I'm probably gonna have to, like, sail in and blow up more cannon boats. Again. But it's so much nicer to just get all of these in one fell swoop, but unfortunately there's a lot of treasure charts that I just didn't have. It's dark. There won't be any ghosts. Spirit took care of the ghost ship. There will be other cannon boats. Those I am not happy to see. I might be able to just nab the treasure chart treasure and then skedaddle on out of here before I get... I do not care that my forest water has become plain water. Hey, thank you for letting me know, but it's something that does not concern me anymore. Great Fairy Chart. Okay, so that's where that was. Real quick, like... I'd like to get this one, but that's going to involve me having to sail out of the reef and then up and around, and that's just annoying. It's not as annoying as I thought it was going to be. Of course, going west is a bit more of a issue. Sorry, east. Sometimes I still get east and west mixed up. Why did they make it so that east and west were, like, such similar words? Like, they couldn't have made it, like... I don't even know. But they really had to make it east and west. Practically the same thing. Like, north and south, okay, they both ended in TH, but nor and sow are completely different. E and we is by no means. It's madness, I tell you. And it's still dead? I don't know, try, like, shaking it or something? Or, like, I guess hold it below heart level? That, I think that... Like, oh, no, that's more a nervous thing than a Ah, no, it's a circulation thing. Good luck with that. I don't know what else to tell you. Where? Oh, there it is. Over on this side. Nice. Didn't even need to check the chart. He keeps going dead. Oh. I don't know. Stop leaning on it. Stop doing whatever you're doing that's making it go dead. I'm just trying to help. Set the wind to south. warp back to Forest Haven because there's one more thing left to do. That is the boating course to the south. Also, by the way, that Great Fairy chart that we got from Four-Eyed Reef, it's completely useless at this point. In fact, it was completely useless since, like, Stream 3. Once you get the bow and arrow and then you get the skull hammer, there's nothing else that, like, you can get all the Great Fairies. Unless you're really having trouble finding, like, the Great Fairy of Magic, then it's just entirely pointless of a chart. Because guess what? The Great Fairies are on every island that's labeled Fairy Island. With the exception of 2. One is on Outset, and one is the aforementioned. Which I think I'm going to specifically wait to get Outset Island's treasure to be the last item. Oh, I think I got it. I did. Haha. The Sea Hearts chart. Now you know where charts showing pieces of heart locations are located. I forget if this one is actually useful or if... Okay. This only sort of helps. Because at this point I have all the treasure charts and I have no idea which ones I got from where. But it shows you how many pieces of heart you can find in treasure charts. So it looks like there's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think I've gotten maybe 4 of them. Uh-huh. Right. Oh, Kalukale, oh frabulous day. Guess who has to redo everything from the last time he saved? Which I think was right before or after one of the big octos. Yippee! I have no idea how much I had gotten done since I last saved. I figured what... Great. Great. Okay, where am I? Where did I last save? I'm at Windfall. I saved it! This time I've done nothing! This reset me all the way back to the beginning of the stream, and it didn't even record all the things that I'd already saved. I had saved twice. And this is as if it started over at the beginning of the stream. Why? What? This wouldn't happen if I had just done the original GameCube version, but no, I decided, oh, I'll just do the one on the Switch too. Yeah, that'll be fine. We'll do the emulated one. That'll be just fine. It'll be perfect and beautiful. It'll be amazing. It didn't matter if I saved it, apparently. It took me back to how I was before the game. Alright, yeah, forget this. We're finishing the game. I'm not going through all 2 hours of that again. We're just finishing out the game. Like I said, every treasure chart... I had this entire column done. This entire column done. And most of this column done, including the long side quest from Forest Haven. I had one column left, and then it was just sweep the treasure charts and we're good. But no. Nope. It's not happening. Because apparently Nintendo can't even emulate their own games right. So I'm not worried about it at all. We're getting the Triforce pieces, and we're finishing the game. But okay, we're still gonna get a pit stop at the Forest Havens of getting 2 blue potions. Because I may need the healing against the final boss, especially since I'm not gonna be going up against him with full health. Really hope the next game I'm playing doesn't get issues like this. It shouldn't! But, you know, here's hoping. I haven't played it for the past 2 hours. 80 grand. Genuinely, the worst part is that I saved it. I saved it twice. I know I saved it twice. It did the whole thing. And it still erased all of my progress. Because I tried to open a chart that I was just opening for funsies because it was otherwise pointless for me to even use it. And now that I'm frustrated, I can't actually complete the simple platforming, and I'm now making this take longer. So real quick, just to point it out, boating course. There's a cave here that I think leads to another gauntlet of enemies. I don't remember exactly what. And on the other small island here, there is a dude who you pay a set amount of money to, and you get to do a little sailing course. Complete that, and you get yourself a piece of heart. Hooray. And for this last column, Overlook Island has a Triforce chart. We already got that. Yay. That's it. That's all I had left there. Flight control platform. This is the other thing that I was worried about because of how long it could possibly have taken. You jump to the front of that platform, you pay a guy for a mini game, and you glide to the Deku Leaf way across to reach a finish line. If you make it, you get a piece of heart. Yay. Starbelt Archipelago. There was nothing of note there. Thorn Fairy Island. Already got the Great Fairy there. Nothing of note. Bird's Peak Rock. Already got the Triforce chart. Nothing of note. The Plateau Isles. You got to see the gimmick of that island. Nothing more of note. 5-Star Isles. There's a submarine here. That's about it. And there you go. There's a brief summary on the entire rest of the sea chart that I'm not going back and doing now that I have already lost all the progress for the other half of the sea chart that I had just done. I mean, I feel like I could crash out a lot harder over that crash. I just don't want to. It'd be a waste of time and energy. But I am still annoyed. So we're just going to... I'm going to get 2 blue potions, I'm going to get the rest of the Triforce shards, and we're going to the final boss. I don't care that I'm only at 3/4 of max HP. I'll deal with it. The Ganon fight isn't that awful. It can be hard, but that's why I'm getting healing. Really, the Puppet Ganon fight's harder, and that's more scarcity of resources. Okay, yep, blue potion, yippee, gimme, just right in the bottle, thank you. We're gonna sit through that whole thing again to get the second one. Luckily, it's not like we need the extra blue potion for anything. There you go.
It's times like these when you start to wish that maybe you had something other than water in your water bottle.
And it bugs me so much that I'm not gonna get to 100% this game. But apparently the game itself is like, hey, here's your allotted time that you said you're going to do. Keep your schedule and go do the final dungeon now. And you know, kind of the worst part is, I never even got to do the Windfall Island decorating thing. Because I even said, like, oh, I have a system for it. Like, I know exactly what I want to build, where I want to build it. Now I can't even do that because you need, like, a full wallet to do that. And then it would have gotten me, like, one of the last pieces of heart that I would have needed. Which probably would have wound up being the last piece of heart, unless, like, my wallet actually filled up, which it probably would have. But that is beside the point. Alright, first stop, Great Fish Isle. The first one's here. I don't remember where exactly all of them are. One is here, one's at Stone Watcher, one's at Outset. Yeah, for some reason, 2 of the Triforce shards are located in the exact place of Triforce charts. I never understood exactly why Nintendo thought that was good game design to do that, but oh well. Alright. Great Fish Isle, Triforce Chart 1, it's only the northern part of the coast. We're gonna do this, like, wiggle sailing so that I don't have to change the wind. I don't think that if you get all 8 pieces, it just automatically teleports you to the Tower of the Gods. If it does, cool at this point, but it's also why I was avoiding getting all of them, why I was going to get the Outset Island one last, you know, just kind of like bookend it. Like, oh yeah, the last one that I'm getting is the one all the way at Link's home island. Like, isn't that neat? I thought it was. Now I can't even do that. I have never had a Zelda game crash on me before. Until this stream. To memory. It's possible that it's happened, I just simply forgot. I've never had it crash twice in the same playthrough. Especially when I am saving properly. Like, at this point now, it's like, okay, it doesn't even matter if I save. Okay, got 2, got 3, 4 is the one at Outset. To make another sailing pun, man, that really took the wind out of my sails. Here I was, all like, oh yeah, I'm gonna complete this, it's gonna be, you know, 100%, all the heart pieces, sea chart completely done, all that. Nope. John Nintendo has decreed that I am to suffer, apparently. To suffer an incomplete game with an incomplete file. Okay, what's the issue here? Why isn't it... Because I didn't go far enough. Case in point of the rest... Not case in point, that's the wrong phrase, but I know what I mean. Saving is still crashing is wild. I know, right? Oh, Nintendo... excuse me. Is this me, Mr. Miyamoto? Moshi Moshi, Miyamoto-san. This? And it's like, Yeah, hi. Your Wind Waker game crashed on the Switch 2 when... It's never... I've never had Wind Waker crash before, like... on GameCube. Never crashed. On... You know, randomizers. Never crashed. Switch 2 emulation? Nope, I got it. And I'm calling it for what it is. It's emulation. This isn't like a real copy of the game, it's just an emulated copy of it. And obviously, it's a flawed copy. All the headquarters. Where am I going? I should check that first. Oh, Cliff Plateau Isles, of course. If it at least saved when I had hit save, I would have at least gotten like an hour's worth of my progress back. But no, it had a problem and just decided, hey, we're just gonna shut this down and it'll be like you never saved. Like, the entire session, just the entire play session never happened. Why? How did that happen? How did that happen? I don't understand. No, I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not even gonna put that out in the universe. I'm not even gonna say it. But I have a nasty feeling of what might happen later. I really hope it doesn't. But I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to manifest it. Okay, there's the next one. We had smoked burgers yesterday. They were really tasty. I dare say that smoked burgers are a lot better in the wintertime. Shark, I am not in the mood. I'm straight up not in the mood. Oh, there's more sharks now. Ah, there's more sharks! There's more sharks! Yippee! There's more sharks! There's more sharks! It's my favorite! I love there's more sharks! There's always more sharks! They're everywhere! It's the ocean! Of course there's a lot of sharks in the ocean. There's a lot of sharks in the ocean, homie! Look at them swimming around! Yes, the smoked burgers were great, and while I'm still quite partial to the standard, like, barbecue grill, Southern Triangle Island, that's like standard barbecue grill burgers, smoked burgers, for some weird reason, they just kind of, like, they have that sort of really good taste that you really only get in, like, how to describe it? I feel like I'm not describing it correctly. It, like, tastes nicer because it's wintertime. And we want to go north a ways. I keep following the prompt and hitting B like I'm thinking it's actually going to do something. You know what? Even though I know it's not going to do anything. Maybe I, like, saved and went back to the main menu and would have done something. I don't know anymore. I have never experienced disappointment in playing a game like this. This doesn't change my opinion of Wind Waker as a game. It's a good game. I enjoy the Wind Waker a lot. But this particular play session of Wind Waker, awful. awful. Well, not play session, play through, rather. Just the hot dog water of Wind Waker playthroughs. That is the best way that I can possibly describe it. The hot dog water of Wind Waker playthroughs. Yep, as expected. I can't go... Alright, floaty bastards, I get your game, and I got your number right here. The number is arrows. I actually wasted arrows on that one, because I sniped all of them with the first shots each. That's pretty good. Pretty good shots. Why does it keep going back to default? Nope, not quite. A little bit further north. And too far. I do have that much. What do you mean? Oh, I am nowhere near that train. Oh, right. I was gonna say, where did you come from? But now, I remember now. You dredge up a jar, you get an octopus. I don't know, I don't make the rules. Alright, one more Triforce shard, I think. There might be two, I could be mistaken. Yep, two more. And the next one is 7-Star Isle. Go figure, considering that's Triforce Shard 7. Up to Dragon Roost. There's a big octo there, guarding I pick a piece apart. I, frankly, could not care less. Like I said, the last dungeon isn't even that bad. Just the fact that I lost all that progress. Oh, yeah. Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Aonuma? Yeah, redo Wind Waker from the ground up and re-release it because this happened and I am appalled. Honestly, I kind of want to look up, like, hey, are there other issues with other GameCube games on the Switch 2 GameCube emulator? Because, like, if there is, that's kind of an issue. Nintendo, fix it. Games should not crash on successive generations of the hardware from that exact company. It's not even like I have enlisted the help of a marine mammal with this. I have no idea if this is the right spot or not. I think it is, but this could just be another jar. Nope, I got it. I'm straight up, we have questions. One more, and it is is the one at Two-Eyed Reef, because of course it is. That bomb's a little close. Fair Island, then we fly south. Sorry. Sail south. We're not flying, that's the wrong game. That's 2 games early. I guess every time you warp, it resets your C chart for some weird reason. That's peculiar. And again, I just think that the facade of the reef just looks like the Saddam Hussein meme. I don't know why, it just... Well, I know exactly why. It's like vaguely the same shape. Ah, there are the textures. I was wondering if they were going to load in. I got it. At last you found the last shard. Fuse together all 8 from the Triforce of Courage. Let's go. Well done, Link. With the shards you've collected, the Triforce of Courage is now complete at last. We must make for Hyrule, quickly. Don't gotta tell me twice. I got nothing else to do anyway. In-game. No, we're not going to Tingle Island. We are never going to Tingle Island. We shall sink Tingle Island, in fact. Never seen that combination before. Let's just savor it. It's gonna be the last time we're gonna actually see the surface until after we destroy Ganon. And fulfill our destiny as the hero of winds. Except we're not actually called that yet. Well done, Link. You must show the Triforce piece you have assembled to the gods. Yeah, you know, just keep, like, you know, one of Hyrule's holiest relics just like, tuck in your shirt. Even the texture on that's weird. Oh, what is this? There, on your hand. The Triforce piece now dwells within you. It is the Triforce of Courage, proof that you are indeed the true hero. You have controlled the wind and crossed the seas, and here, near the end of your quest, power of the gods have been bestowed upon you. Surely, from this moment on, you shall be known as the hero of winds. Now we're called that. To Hyrule, to Zelda's side. Aid? Is that side or aid? Oh well. Doesn't really matter. Alright. Surely Zelda's still trapped in the, like, enchanted statue basement that we left her in. Haha. Surely she's still fine. We'll be right where we left her. I'm sure of it. Oh, well, that's not good. Seems like Ganondorf was still a little spiteful about, you know, the whole, you know, Link, sealing him away in the Sacred Realm untold eons ago. Oh, but Zelda's still here. She must have, like, hid somewhere or something. It's fine. Was Zelda supposed to do that? You have deceived yourself. Did you think you'd be safe inside the castle? Foolish. Now that my power has been restored, there is no safe haven for you. I have taken your precious Zelda, and here you shall fall into eternal slumber. Mighty Darknuts. Dark fights in Twilight Princess are so much better. Don't get me wrong, these aren't bad, but like... Ha ha, you thought! A little bit of unimportant money, a little bit of unimportant healing. Probably should have grabbed that little bomb set, but that's fine. So yeah, Zelda's missing. Oh no. It appears that Ganondorf has absconded with the princess. We gotta find her. And luckily, since now we are chosen by having the Triforce of Courage and have the fully powered up Master Sword, we can command this dark barrier down here to fully dissipate. I don't know why it sounds like rubber. And that shatters like glass. Also, it's like kind of crazy that like you see this like, oh, look at this nice natural landscape, and you look at it, it's like, oh, that's the surface of the ocean up there. You know what? Hookshot. Genuinely, except for like restoratives, there is no need to even worry about like spoils from enemies anymore. I hate that shove. That's just like, oh, it counts as me guarding. It counts as me guarding. You can't hit me. Stop. And naturally, as you might expect, our destination is that ominous-looking tower in the distance. You almost can't see him, but there's a couple of bats who are up to no good. Just hanging out there. That would have made it really annoying to come back this way. And here we are, Ganon's Tower, the final dungeon of the game. What I want to know is, what sort of monster is it that he got that giant skull from? Like nothing we've ever seen before. Rather demonic. So, gimmick of this first area is there's different areas that correspond to different dungeons. And you have to, like, go and fight every boss again. First and foremost, though, we're going to clean this up a little bit. Because I forgot that some of these actually are enemies. Like that one. Is an enemy in disguise. If I just let that sit, once I got over to that one, it would have activated, and then I would have had to deal with it. This is why having a surplus of arrows is a very good thing. Yeah. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, tell I'm getting impatient. Okay, all enemies destroyed. Add this on over. But yes, welcome to the stream. Apologies if I'm not entirely enthused at the moment. But as I do like this game, it's a bit of a thing when 2.5 hours of progress is instantly erased, despite saving a little bit. Some of it. Anyway, yeah, you're reduced to items that you would theoretically have at the time, and you now have to fight grayscale versions of all of the bosses that you have already fought. Also, the music is, like, weird and, like, funny. That's like a frame 1 or something. It might have been like frame 2, I don't know. Of course I got this. This is the first boss in the game. Giant magma centipede. And unlike the first time I fought it, I actually have the Master Sword. I always thought the sound design for this boss is really interesting. The like hissing, screeching that's not like overly high pitch or anything. Oh, turn around, you great bug. Not like that. And done. The first one. There's still 3 bosses to go. You can't do them in any order. I'm just gonna be doing them in completion order. You might drop arrows, so we'll go through the process. You did not drop arrows, you failed me. Alright, the Forbidden Woods. Section. Which is just gondolas over a bottomless pit. Luckily, it only costs magic to have to glide, and just generating wind with this isn't... you know, like a thing. I could snipe the P-hats. I do not care to snipe the P-hats. Huh? I don't want to die. That was odd. Anyway, boss number 2, Kalidemos, or however you pronounce it. I have no idea. That is incorrect. And I immediately have to wait, because now it's doing the, speaking tendrils. Yes, seeker tendrils. Why can't I aim up? Oh, I'm too close to the wall, so it doesn't want me to start, like, flipping through it or anything, I guess. What did I even hit? Yeah, just to have your sword bounce off of literally nothing. Oh my. Normally you don't do that. What did you hit? This game must actually be, like, under the curse of Ganon or something, because, like, I've never had this many problems with Wind Waker of all games. Why did the camera do that? Okay, just barely got that before I would have to go through a third cycle. I shouldn't be getting this frustrated with this game, but I just can't help it. Alright, next up, Earth Temple. I forget what exactly the Earth Temple one is. Arrows? Never mind, you found the lava. See ya. What was the puzzle for this one? Oh wait, I remember what the puzzle is. Redeads. I do not have to care about the redeads. I need to find a... slime. That's what I need to find. Dark slime. Where are you? You're back. There's multiple of you and you're all back this way. Okay, you'll be faster if you actually jump out and try to attack me. Marginally. You know, I have until that thing unsolidifies to get all the way across. I gotta book it because I do not have that long. Actually, that one's not even the difficult one. This one's a difficult one. Okay, freeze the one that's like halfway down. Bring down to here. Drop, don't throw. If you throw him, he's gonna just burst into bits. No, do not bump. Do not bump into things. Really? You lock me in a cutscene? You lock me in a cutscene? At the exact moment that I need to get through this stupid thing? Bastard. Okay, I got the one really far down. I just have to do this all over again. You think you're just gonna get all the way up there? Haha, nope, you gotta fight a Stalfos! At least Valhalla is easy. It's kind of a big ghostly goof. No, not the skull. The big ghost. That was very close. Okay. Right, the light closes. I forget about this sometimes. Take it. You get. Oh, the crutch just automatically like pilots you towards it. This is actually really getting aggravating. There we go. The first time I did this, I got it like immediately first try. And done. Okay. Have a great night. I'm still going to go and finish these, this boss rush, and then it's the labyrinth, and then it's just, well, then there's Phantom Ganon. There's a bit of this game to go, but either way, this game's getting finished tonight. I don't really need the arrows anymore, because I got that pack at 30. What's the Wind Temple room? I remember this one being, like, the most annoying. I'm sorry. He's behind it. I mean, he was behind it. Alright, iron boots. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna collect that magic. We got all night? Fair enough. Oh, there's nowhere to hookshot you over there. I actually have to just... Thread the needle, I guess? Oh yeah, just thread the needle. Oh, wait, how do I get up there? Anyway, now that that's done and dealt with. Oh look, a joy pendant. I'll pick it up anyway, even though I don't need it. Okay. Oh, there is just a hookshot thing up here. Tomorrow's indeed Saturday. Alright, Bulgara, I don't know. Would help if I actually equipped the... I need to look at your piano. I think I already said it, or at least I thought it. I'll say it again. Because it's a very interesting sound profile for what was previously a fairly orchestral boss theme. Yeah, I mean, chomp me. Dang it. At least you have the DC to spit me out after. Come on, grapple the thing! It's actually just too far away! Why did I grab? Y'all can see it! The hookshot wasn't physically able to reach it! Oh, you were coming from there, yeah. I can definitely tell that from where the sand is going. Getting chomped actually takes a lot of HP, I did not realize. Again? Really? Really? I was that far away and he still did the chomp? And Mulgar fight took embarrassingly long. Alright. There we go, we defeated the boss rush. Now we can move on to the labyrinth. I feel like you're always raging at Rainbow Six Siege. In fact, I didn't even know you were here today. Alright, welcome to the first staircase of Ganon's Tower. There's mini blends, everyone's favorite. By that I mean no one's favorite. The despised minion. Okay. I want to say it's this one. On that, then that, then that. Apparently not. I mean, you're just describing the Rainbow Six Siege experience. Ah, wrong start. I had it right, it was just mirrored. Actually, no, I had it completely wrong. I had the order completely wrong on that. Okay. 3-1. I do not need this.
Hey.
Link, you must remember well the appearance of this room. The shape of the floor, the number of vines hanging on the walls, not overlook anything. I know. 3-1-2. No, 3-1-4-2. Okay. 3, 1, 3, 1, 4, 2. You think they'd make it so it's like the order in which you fought them? did you get down here? I see. So this is the portal through which Ganon was able to seep into the unsuspecting world above. Link, we shall make use of this path that Ganon created for himself. If there's anything from the world above that you believe you need, then climb into the boat and enter the column of darkness. The most I would need is just some HP. But I think I can get that from in here. And hopefully it'll regenerate by the time I get back here. Actually, no, by the time I get back here with the proper item, shouldn't need it. Please have these 2 be hearts and get back up to full, and they're not. In fact, they're not any hearts. Fantastic. Alright. You drop down into the warp darkness, which takes you to the labyrinth. Get got, chump. For the record, I never make that. I can never time out properly to reflect all of those. I usually miss one. So the entire gimmick of the labyrinth is that there is no telling exactly which way to go unless you stun Phantom Ganon and then hit him once, in which he'll let go of his sword, which stays manifested, which then tilts and tells you which door to go through. If you guess, you're not going to get anywhere. And of course, you don't want to do that. So it's a lot of exchanging in Dead Man's volleys, which can be kind of hard to... Can be kind of hard to figure out exactly where you need to go. Or how... My reaction time isn't always good. Now, see, I know I hit that beforehand, but whatever. It's this and the final Ganondorf battle from the last game that really solidified the, oh, fights with Ganondorf are always just tennis matches. It's kind of what it is. It's just tennis. It's almost always the one that spawns behind you, but it's not always the one that spawns behind you when he does the clone attack. There we go. Okay, 2 for 2. Let's see if I can maintain that. Okay, now see, this room's different. This one is more of a proper fight against him. Just kidding, it's again a one and done, sword points the way. But you also get the dungeon item. One of the few times that the final dungeon of the game, in a Zelda game, actually has an item. No, I'm... It's the light arrows. Full of sacred and holy power. They're actually amazing to get in a randomizer run. And with that, we have found our way back out of the labyrinth. Now, unfortunately, there's still no way past this. Or is there? As it turns out, when you have a Shadow Phantom, introducing it to the power of Sacred Light kinda just breaks them. And look at that, we have an enchanted sword that I thought broke for a second. I couldn't pick it up. Strike the enchanted wall with the enchanted sword. I'm sorry to say that for now, workouts are still held up in queue. I will mark it down that you did that, but workouts are still queued. I will not be immediately redeeming them, mostly because I want to finish this with some semblance of time. And I'm already behind enough as is, with the game deciding to completely screw me. So yeah, the light arrows are genuinely just a one-hit kill against any enemy. Fully armored Dark Nut, doesn't matter. You immediately just break his armor, he's like, oh! He cannot fathom the fact that he is being torn apart atomically. I don't know if I actually aimed it correctly. I really can't afford to waste too much magic with this. Oh, but their spears can still block it. Don't you worry about that. Their spears can still block it. In case you were worried about them possibly being able to block it with their spears. Yep. I mean, then again, the spears are left behind when they actually get, you know, disintegrated by the light. Well, I guess that makes sense. And look at that, a pair of mighty Dark Knights. You can tell because they have capes. Whoops. Oops. And just like that, you have immediately torn Ganon's honor guard asunder, to shreds, you say. I'm gonna refill on magic because that's gonna be very useful. When did Zelda come out? 2003. It's an old one, but it's a good one. But it's also a lot better when it's not emulated on the Switch 2, in which it's liable to crash. Speaking of which, as little as it seems to actually be able to do, I'll try saving it, just in case something happens and I might be able to, you know. Wow. There she is, it's Zelda. I don't know why she's here. Or why Ganondorf is being a bit of a creep. Do you sleep still? Wait. Do not be so hasty, boy. I can see this girl's dreams. Oceans. 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 Oceans as far as the eye can see. They are vast seas. None can swim across them. They yield no fish to catch. What did the king of Hyrule say? That the gods sealed Hyrule away? And they left behind people who would one day awaken Hyrule? How ridiculous! So many pathetic creatures scattered across a handful of islands, drifting on the sea like fallen leaves in a forgotten pool. What can they possibly hope to achieve? Don't you see? All of you. Your gods destroyed you! I have been waiting for you, boy. For one like you, yes. For the hero. Do not betray my expectations. Uh-oh. That's a bit weird. It's him, it's Ganon. Also, the bed that was there is just gone now. But yeah, this is the Puppet Ganon fight. The important part of the fight is literally just the tail. It's really kind of a creepy fight. And they just summons bats. Which the bats provide, like, item drops. So... it's not a really bad thing. There we go. Like I said, the important thing is just to target Puppet Ganon's tail. Which also means you have to be close enough that you can target him, and he's so huge that it's just difficult to move away from him sometimes. There we go. Or rather, he's so huge that he just moves away from you almost effortlessly. Let's see, I thought the Master could also work on that. There we go. There's the second hit. Okay, also you just kind of gotta aim a little bit lower to properly strike the tail. The tail string, I should say. There we go, 3 hits. What's this? This isn't the usual victory noise. What's going on here? And the puppet has turned to a giant spider for some reason. You gotta be quick. There's 2 hits. There's 3. We've defeated Spider Form. And now for arguably the most difficult form, because this one's just a lot about patience and timing. very least, he can sort of mitigate some damage by hiding in a corner. It doesn't do a whole lot, and he still has the habit of just, like, running around and ramming into everything. Normally he's not this aggressive like this. Normally he... Yeah, snake form is, like I said, like the most difficult form. So normally he's not squirrely. There's 2 hits. And I'm now officially out of magic. Luckily, the Morths have plenty. Okay. That behavior at the end is a lot more... like how the behavior is supposed to be for this boss. I have never seen him that hyper-aggressive at the beginning of Phase 3. Like, he just would not leave me alone. I've never seen that. Yes, surely you are the hero of Time Reborn. Your time has come. Come now. Stand before me. As I fly away and partially through a wall with my wizard powers. Huh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, he's not even, like, the hardest boss. Ganon himself is the hardest boss. I can't even, swap out items, because I kind of need to. Gotta switch over to, grappling hook. It's also a bit weird, like, this is the only area that has, like, no soundtrack whatsoever. And there's just one last little, essentially, platforming gauntlet. It's not actively platforming. There's a little bit of platforming to it. You know, Ganon himself is way harder than that. Like, that boss is mostly RNG. Like, I imagine that, like, if somebody were doing it's just on my mind a lot because of AGDQ, but if somebody were running a speedrun of this game, getting a puppet Ganon that ran around that much and just kept being in your face that much, like, would probably annihilate a lot of people's personal bests. Or they might just know how to deal with that, whereas I kind of don't. it could go either way. Oh. I think that there's a spot where you can break it with your... Nah, maybe not. There's no need for me to break that open. Who am I kidding? That's supposed to be like, oh yeah, it's your quick way up in case you, need to redo any of this. Quick question. Alright, Ganon, your time has come. I know you said it was for me, but it's actually for you. My country lay within a vast desert. When the sun rose into the sky, a burning wind punished my lands, steering the world. When the moon climbed into the dark of night, a frigid gale pierced our homes. So real quick, I do just want to point out that this is hilarious. So here's a bit of a juxtaposition. Link is like 12 in this game. He's a kid. Ganondorf, you figure in Ocarina of Time he looks like he might be like maybe like mid-30s, maybe pushing 40, but not quite there. Whereas now he looks, you know, he's kind of portly, he's like larger. Now Ganondorf looks like he might be like mid-50s in like relative human terms. Not to mention, you know, he's also been afflicted with the Curse of Demise, which has kept his hatred, literally kept him alive for eons. Who knows how long it's been, how many centuries or millennia since Ocarina of Time. Like, this is the same Ganondorf. It's not a guy who's also named Ganondorf who just happens to have all the same powers. This is the same Ganondorf that you seal away at the end of Ocarina of Time. So he's got all these memories. Like, he has all these years to sort of, like, he kind of mellows out a bit. He's like, yeah, I mean, I still kind of feel the same flame of hatred, but it's just not the same. That and my powers are still sealed, all this other stuff. I can make some monsters, but that's about it. I guess I kind of still want to rule Hyrule, but it's hard to do that when it's deep underwater like this. He finally finds the key to it. Goes through all this way. He decides, you know what? I have a bit of a heart. Maybe I can make him see a little bit of reason. I'll tell Link a little bit of my backstory. And, you know, he's saying that, like, oh yes, my life was full of hardship. This kid doesn't even know what a desert is. He lived on a tiny island his entire life. There's no such thing as deserts. Everything's ocean to him. No matter when it came, the wind carried the same thing. Death. But the winds that blew across the green fields of Hyrule brought something other than suffering and ruin. I coveted that wind, I suppose. It can only be called fate. That here I would again gather the three with the crests. That I should lay my hand on that which grants the wishes of the beholder. That when power, wisdom, and courage come together, the gods would have no choice but to come down. The power of the gods. The Triforce. He who touches it will have whatever he grants desired. Already, the crest of wisdom is mine. All that remain... Link is just entirely confused. He's just like, I don't know what any of that you just said was. What? Can we go back a bit? What's a desert? And then there's just this. The, like, freeze frame jump scare. So again, this is the guy who's, like, practically in his 50s, who just savaged just this kid who's got a sword. Do not fear. I will not kill you. I merely have need of the power that dwells within you. Now, let us put an end to that which binds us together. He's just like, I don't know what just happened, my face hurts a lot right now. A Triforce of Courage. There it is. Oh no, Ganondorf about to win.
Hear that which I desire. Expose this land to the rays of the sun once more. Let them burn forth. Give Hyrule to me!
He who touches it will have whatever he desires granted. That is what you said, is it not, Ganondorf?
Ah, the king! Beat him to the punch. I teleported in.
Gods of the Triforce, hear that which I desire. Hope. I desire hope for these children. Give them a future. Wash away this ancient land of Hyrule. Let a ray of hope shine on the future of the world.
And because the king touched it, his wish gets granted.
And let our destinies finally be fulfilled. Ganondorf, may you drown with Hyrule.
All his millennia of scheming, all undone instantly. That which he desired most, take it from him at the last second. Ganondorf is now being met with apocalypse. All he can do is laugh. Everything he's worked up for is now been taken away from him, not just once now, but twice. And now this time, it's like there's gonna be nothing left. This is foolishness. A future for you. Oh, I'm just gonna like. What are you laughing at, Ganondorf? You're insane. Like, I'm sorry, I overslept. I think it's time for us to say goodbye to this place. We must return to the world above, back to our ocean. Very well, then. Allow me to show you your future. Yes, allow me to show you just what hope you have. See how much your precious Triforce is worth. I'll use this bow to cover you. Attack him as best you can. He kicked me. Zelda, you can't be in front of him when you do that. Ah! There we go. Oh, it's the double. The kick gets me. Okay, I'm actually running dangerously low on health right now. Like I said, this battle is actually really tough. I'm hitting the button prompt, I think. No, I'm not. It's like weirdly funny in a it's not actually a funny sort of way. One, two. Nope, it's a kick. Oh, okay. Oh, barely got that. Alright, Zelda's awake. We're in the final phase. Interestingly enough, it's a 3-phase fight. Oh, he's got the back guard up now. No, this isn't working. Link, you have to distract him. Alright, ready? I'll aim for you. And you use your shield. Do you get it? And... that's it. Is there a speed run? That would be time. Have to bomb? No. Bombs don't work on Ganondorf. You either kick him away or it just wouldn't work at all. The wind. It is blowing. Yep, we just stabbed an entire sword into this man's head. Link! What's wrong? Nothing, it's just that I know you're gonna go back to your lame New England voice as soon as you go back to normal.
My children, listen to me. I have lived regretting the past, and I have faced those regrets. If only I could do things over again. If I could do it all over again, I'd do it all over again, and get the job done. Not a day of my life has gone by without my thoughts turning to my kingdom of old. Ah, the dinners I used to have. I have lived bound to Hyrule. In that sense, I was the same as Ganondorf. But you... I want you to live for the future. There may be nothing left for you, but despite that, you must look forward and walk a path of hope, trusting that it will sustain you when darkness comes.
Ah, yes. By the way, I can make a very modern political statement right now, and I'm going to very much choose not to. It's a very nice piano rendition.
Farewell. This is the only world that your ancestors were able to leave you. Please, forgive us.
Well, wait. You could come with us. Yes, of course. We have a ship. We can find it. We will find it. The land that will be the next Hyrule. So...
Ah, but child, that land will not be Hyrule. It will be your land!
I'm a little upset with myself that I pressed the button. I didn't know the music was going to end right there, or else I would have let it at least finish out the loop. There's a really nice piano rendition of the Hyrule Castle theme, but oh well. On the one hand, yay, Ganondorf's gone, but I have scattered the seeds of the future. Wow. For pre-rendered cutscene, this looks awful. I'm sorry. I mean, it's not my fault, but like, why does this look so bad? It's like a grainy JPEG. I wouldn't even say this is like a stylistic choice. This is Nintendo. What happened? Oh, there's Ariel. And Zelda has been washed clean of her old, not destiny, not fate. I guess the inherited obligations of the bloodline of Hylia. Just kidding. Once they find a new land, she's gonna become queen and then gonna resume the succession of Zeldas. Ganondorf is officially gone, but the Curse of Demise still continues. It just manifests first as whatever the main boss is of, oh hey, it's Makar and Medley. I mean, I guess once they felt that, like, hey, the Master Sword's gone, I guess my role as the sage is over. Okay, it's not just me then, it's... Well, of course, I'm streaming it to you guys, you would see it anyway. Good music. You can see the artifacting around where it says staff credits and all that. What? This did not look this bad. Maybe I'm just remembering the HD remaster, but I do not remember it looking ow, my ears. Ow. I do not remember the credit sequence looking this awful. Alright, so I managed to actually keep a pretty good schedule with this, probably because it crashed. So yeah, as you can see with Ganondorf, I actually had to heal in that fight. No other boss has maybe even get close to that, aside from that, like, really chopped Mulgera fight. Mulgera, I still don't know. Like I said, it's a shame that I couldn't get to 100% finish the game. I've done it before, and I absolutely would have done it again. Why is it showing the same bubble so many times? I don't remember it doing that before. But yeah, that's Wind Waker. Not my favorite Zelda game ever, but it's up there. It's a pretty good one. I would say it probably ranks roughly around the same, like the same sort of tier as, oh, what's it called? Skyward Sword. The final fight is fantastic. I mean, like, the one thing that I love about the Zelda games is that they always improve the final fight, except for Breath of the Wild. Cough, cough. Like, the mainline Zelda games, the final fight is always an improvement over the last one. Ganondorf of Ocarina of Time was a little meh. Just because, like, the first phase was just the callback to Aghanim. You know, here's a dead man's volley, then hit him with a light arrow, jump over and smack him. But the actual Ganon fight, that's pretty top-notch. Then you get this game, in which you actually have the Ganon fight first, and then you fight Ganondorf. And Ganondorf is actually kind of a tough battle. For us, I usually do 4-hour streams. So this is nothing new. I mean, technically it's really only about an hour and a half later, because 2.5 hours got completely erased. Yippee! But yeah, so I do kind of wish that I did do the remaster. It probably would have shaved off just enough time and actually would have saved properly, that I wouldn't have run into the issues that I did with this, and especially not the crashes. I sincerely doubt I would have had any crashes if I had actually done the remastered, but because of the Wii U not exactly functioning properly, and then seeming to be made into a state where it functions less later on, yeah. Whoops. I left that sitting on its own a little too long. But yeah, and Twilight Princess, that Ganondorf fight is really top-notch, because it's a bit lengthy, but hey, it just keeps going, and it's still pretty good. Then you get Skyward Swords, which is a lot shorter, but that final battle against Demise is chef's kiss. Like, that is a fantastic final battle. Breath of the Wild, maybe not. But Tears of the Kingdom Ganondorf fight, that's actually also really top-notch. Except for the very final phase of it, that's a little less... It's a set piece. I get what they were going for, but I kind of wish that he didn't do that, but whatever. But the Ganondorf fight preceding it, pretty good. Honestly, that one might be a better fight than the Demise fight, but the Demise fight is still really, really good. Look, I've told you, like, I'm not forcing you to stay up. You can literally go to bed when you want. The VOD will be there. Like, you know, don't come up with a snippy attitude just because of that. Like, you can go right ahead. Like, I'm just watching the end credits. There's one last scene, and then I'll be ending the stream. So, like, props for sitting through it, but if you gotta go to bed, you gotta go to bed. Like, I cannot tell you to stay up. I cannot tell you to go to bed. That is entirely your thing. And this looks like worse quality than the previous scene. Did they, like, have to rip a 360p YouTube video for this final cutscene? And yeah, there's the King of Red Lions, but with no more connection to King Hyrule. So... go stay, eat a chicken wing. Exactly. I wonder if the Wind Waker actually still works, because, like... Anchors away. Hold the tiller steady. As for our destination... Sorry. I can't do that. No. As for our destination, the wind will guide us. It seems kind of silly to have Link be piloting his, like... little canoe next to, you know, a full-size, like, skiff. But I guess it's more of a sloop. And thus this leads directly into Phantom Hourglass for the DS, which I will not probably be playing because I don't actually know how to set that up. So yeah, the end, The Legend of Zelda. Oh yes, this is also the first game that introduced essentially a New Game Plus. Which I guess real quick I can just sort of go into it and show off what's kind of different. So really, with the New Game Plus... Oh wait, hold on. Never mind, this is just gonna wind up redoing the entire opening sequence. I don't feel like doing that, so we're just gonna go to here. So the new game plus of Wind Waker is fairly simple. All it really is just you stay in the like blue crawfish pajamas that you had at the very beginning of the game. B, you start out with a deluxe picto box, so you can like get pictures of things that are harder to get pictures of for the Nintendo gallery, which I never showed off, but it's just a collection thing. Like you take a deluxe pictograph picture of any of the enemies and NPCs, you take them to the guy. In the original, you can only do one at a time. In the remaster, you can do up to 10 at once. Turn in a bunch of pictures to them, wait a day, and then there's figurines that like have little blurbs about the different characters and also their names. Entirely optional. You get nothing for doing it besides just the information and knowledge. That's kind of it. But this way you actually start out with it so you can actually complete it in a far easier sense. You don't have to wait until nearly the end of the game or purchase more photos from Lenzo to give. Because Bearded Pictograph Guy in Windfall will sell legendary pictographs of any NPC that you can't get normally in the game. Like the King, the Fairy Queen, Great Fairies in general, Ganondorf, Zelda. Which how he has pictures of modern Zelda is a bit weird, but all that. Captain Empress will take over this weekend. Leave it up for January. You know, January is already an abysmal month. But just leave some of the lights up. But yeah. So the only other change is that all of the Hylian text that gets spoken by Jabun, Valu, and the Great Deku Tree, that's all translated. So, like, you can actually read what they're saying. You're not just getting half the King of Red Lion's half conversation that you don't really know what he's talking about most of the time. So, yeah, that's all that's really different with the New Game Plus. And that is the end of the Wind Waker. Like I said, it's a solid game. I put it about the same tier as Skyward Sword. Skyward Sword might be a bit above. Wind Waker definitely shows its age. It's a bit better with the remastered version, but again, I couldn't do that. I kind of regret not doing it. But yeah, so then the next Zelda game I'll be streaming is going to wind up being Twilight Princess, which is my personal favorite. Given the rough time that I was, just like, you know, kind of... Like, it came out of my formative years, you know, when did it come out? 06? Yeah. I was 11 when Twilight Princess came out. So yeah, that's gonna be the next one. Like I said, personal favorite. And because I actually have a working Wii U, I can do the remaster for it. I don't have to like set up a Wii or do anything like that. I can do the remaster version, which means I can also do the bonus dungeon. Because I have the Wolf Link amiibo. Actually, you are leaving some stuff. Clear lights and a few other things up. Santa and multicolored lights are going away, so more of a winter theme for January. You hate when Christmas is over. Yeah, I also kind of hate when Christmas is over. Well, not more than kinda. But yeah, I totally understand, like, Santa... I mean, multicolored lights can still stay. But, like, I can totally understand, like, Santa and, like, reindeer and even nativities if you have those up. But that, you know, not gonna assume. Apparently. Anyway, so yeah, the Twilight Princess stream isn't going to be until probably like the end of this year. You know, I usually tend to finish out a year, go into the next year with a Zelda game. I did it with Ocarina, I did it with Majora, and now I did it with Wind Waker. If another Zelda game comes out this year, I might do that. I don't think I'm going to stream Age of Imprisonment. I'm sure it's a fine game. I just have no enthusiasm for it. Age of Calamity was so average, it's meh. And I feel like Age of Imprisonment is just going to be more of the same, similar to... Just like how Tears of the Kingdom is more of the same of Breath of the Wild. It really should have just condensed most of them into one game. I know they needed a launch title, but whatever. The next game is the game that I have been keeping a little bit of a secret, and I have a good reason for why I'm keeping it a secret. I will say this: it's not a Nintendo game. It's I don't know what year it was exactly released. Early 2000s. It was very early 2000s. And like I said, not Nintendo. So you'll just have to see what it is. I'm playing it, again, for a very particular reason. I actually would have paused Wind Waker to play this, but due to particular circumstances, I decided to finish Wind Waker instead and wait until a more convenient week to do the new game. The founder of Sega died last week. Oh, that's unfortunate. You know, that's genuinely a shame. But yeah, it's a surprise, and like I said, it's a surprise for a very particular reason. Really, it's a surprise for specifically one person, which may narrow it down if said person is watching right now. I don't think that is, but, you know. David Rosen died on Christmas, 95 years old. Huh. That's a shame. Sega's an interesting company. There's absolutely nothing wrong with any of the games that they make, but they just don't really grab my interest all that well. I'm mainly looking at Sonic when I say that. Like, I've played, like, granted, essentially emulated versions on... Like, the only Sonic games I've ever really owned were Sonic Adventure 1 DX, Sonic Adventure 2, and Sonic Unleashed. That's it. I don't think I've played any other Sonic game. They were good for what it's worth. Adventure is definitely good for more for nostalgic reasons. Adventure 2 is a lot better mechanically, but... And Unleashed really just kind of put the nail on, like, you know, maybe this series isn't for me. It's not a bad game, but, like, it's okay. 95 is a very long time. So, hey, you got to see a successful company get founded. You got to be the company that competed with Nintendo for, you know, a long time. Well, I guess in a relative sense, but still. What's a bigger deal when you're growing? It's kind of on the periphery these days. Yeah. I mean, when Sega was in the console market, huge. Then Microsoft kind of muscled them out when the Dreamcast did decent but not fantastic. Nintendo kind of stuck around. But yeah, I like Monkey Ball. That's a fun game. In fact, I have to kind of decide, because right now there's technically 2 Monkey Marathons that I could do if I ever actually get the gumption to do it. One being the Donkey Kong Country series, and one being Super Monkey Ball. I do like the first 2 for GameCube. Really, I've only done like those 2 in Adventure. I don't know what other ones. I mean, there's the one on the Wii, but that also involved like weird, like motion control antics. I wasn't too thrilled about that. There was like a kind of sort of reboot that came out on Switch, which I think we played. I don't remember. Monkey Marathon Tournament with Choco. Exactly. That's kind of the point. It's like it's a funny name. It's a good name for a thing. It's Monkey Marathon. But like, so I technically have 2 Monkey Marathons that I could do. The problem is just I don't know. I need to like get over the like weird like sludgy feeling I get whenever I think of like, oh yeah, let me just spend 3 days in which most of my waking hours are streaming platformer games that I love. But I don't know. It hasn't felt like it's the right time to do it. and it still hasn't felt like it's the right time. I don't know when that's going to happen. I guess that's the difficult thing of it, is that like I don't know when is going to be the right time, and I don't know if it's the case of like there is never going to be a right time and I just need to do it, or if like I really actually should wait for like I guess like me to be in a better circumstance, but I don't know what that circumstance is. It's confusing. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Anyway, I'm gonna give the usual end of stream bumps. My nothing to do with a Mr. Joe or anything. So there's my VOD channel and Much VOD archive. You can find link to that down below. Along with a link to my Twitter at unmatch_sock. I tweet when I go live, and I've been putting up the VODs. I put up 3 this past week. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4, the playthrough of that I did back in July? Yeah, because August was Donkey Kong Bonanza. Speaking of which, Bonanza is basically ready, and I just have to put that up. And once I do that, I can start working on Silk Song. Unfortunately, I like to do the entire game at once. Silk Song is 10 parts. That's a lot of data. That's a lot of data for me to move around all at once. My secondary SSD is a little packed at the moment. Now the Bonanza theme's going to be in your head. I mean, there's worse things. But yes, that's kind of it. I stream every week here, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on Twitch. So if you're new to the stream, come hang out then. And if not, then I hope to see you here anyway. Fun stream. We've officially put away another Zelda game, and like I said, next week is a mystery game. Honestly, I am looking forward to it. And I'm also looking forward to, like, here's another hint. There's more. It's a game that's a series. So there's more than one game to this. I'm not going to do them all in order, but I do intend on doing all of them on stream. This will just be the first of it. So everybody have a wonderful night, a wonderful upcoming weekend, and a wonderful upcoming week. I will see you next week for the mystery game. And if it's not the mystery game, if for some reason I can't do it or don't want to do it, then you can bank on Kirby Air Riders. Because it's going to be one of the two. Alright. Have a one. I will see you all next week. See ya.